Oh, thank you.
Did you bring that form, Kathy?
Need it all day.
I did. Print it.
Thank you. Checking. I just, yeah. You have to have that. Yeah.
You have that
Because I
stuff.
saved every minute. Yeah, somebody would always click on that and it says, see all the board.
Oh, yeah. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is August 11th, 2026. The time now being approximately 12:40. I'm going to call the Minnesota Supervised Release Board meeting to order. Before calling the roll members, I welcome those present with us here at the Department of Corrections or those watching proceedings online. Today, we have several parole hearings before the board, and I want to start by acknowledging up front the decisions made by this body are very difficult and will almost always leave someone disappointed. For those observing today's proceedings, please know that the questions asked during the hearing itself reflect just a portion of the information that goes into the board member decision-making. Board members are provided a broad range of information and reports to review before each meeting. This may include medical, mental health, education, substance use disorder, and other types of treatment records, along with a comprehensive psychological evaluation or risk assessment and a community investigation report. By way of background, there are 12 legislatively designated factors that the board members must consider when making parole or supervised release decisions. They include a community investigation report, which is completed by a probation officer in the jurisdiction of record, a comprehensive development report assessing cognitive, emotional, and social maturity. This applies only in cases in which the subject was a juvenile at the time of the offense and certified as an adult. A statement of the victim or victim input, a statement of the prosecutor if one is submitted, the risk the inmate poses to the community if released, the inmate's progress and treatment, the inmate's behavior while incarcerated, psychological or other domestic diagnostic evaluations of the inmate, information on the inmate's rehabilitation while incarcerated, the inmate's criminal history, and number 11, which applies again only to those if the subject of the hearing was under 18, and that is consideration of relevant science on neurological development of juveniles and the subject's maturity and developmental process while incarcerated. And finally, any other relevant conduct of the subject while incarcerated or before incarceration. While these factors are to be considered in the decision made by each board member, the legislature did not direct about how members should weigh the various factors. Supervised release or parole decisions by this board are made by a majority vote or of a quorum of the members. The board's authority is to grant or deny parole. If parole is denied in general terms, the board must identify factors for the denial, set a term of continuance for the next hearing, and identify steps the subject can take to increase the future likelihood of parole. For awareness, members of the public, victims or surviving family members do have a specific statutory role in the process. By law, victims may provide the board with written input. They may also elect to meet privately with the board to provide their input, or they may choose to provide direct public input in this forum. I'll now call the roll of members. Board Member Bray.
Here.
Board Member Carter.
Here.
Board Member Lark. Here. Board Member Ramstead.
Here.
And Board Chair Schnell is present. Having completed the roll, let the record reflect that a quorum of supervised release board members is present. Staffing the board meeting today is Rebecca Holmes Larson, the DOC's Executive Officer of Hearings and Release, and Aubrey Steckelberg, the Executive Assistant to the board. Also assisting the board are staff from the DOC's Victim Services and Restorative Justice Unit, who provide supportive services to victim survivors and restorative justice programming for incarcerated persons and crime victims. We'll now begin to review the individual cases. We'll call the cases based on the published agenda. Ms. Holmes Larson will introduce each case when we've connected with the respective facility and are ready to begin. Ms. Holmes Larson is also a resource to board members with technical questions during the proceeding. We'll now proceed to the first case on the calendar. Ms. Holmes Larson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Board. We are here today to review Israel Ray Gatan, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Mr. Gatan also has an advocate participating today, Martin Shanahan.
Shanahan. Yes,
Thank
Bishop
you.
Marty Shanahan. Yep,
Thank you for joining us today, sir.
most welcome.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board and the board members as announced. Our records indicate during the evening of July 17th, 1993, Israel Gatan and his co-defendants were drinking together in a trailer park. During the course of the evening, a spontaneous decision was made to rob Raymond Guardiola. Israel Gatan and his co-defendants beat Raymond Guardiola. Gatan drowned the victim in a nearby drainage ditch. Raymond Guardiola's body was found in the ditch on July 19th of 1993. Israel Gatan was arrested in Eagle Pass, Texas. On March 8th, 1994, Israel Ray Gatan was sentenced to a life sentence for first-degree murder in Lyon County District Court. Mr. Gatan has been previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel 2 times and continued for a future review each time. Today's review represents his 3rd review after serving approximately 33 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred on August 2nd of 2023. It should also be noted that Mr. Gatan was sentenced in Washington County District Court to a sentence of aiding and abetting second-degree murder for the 2000 beating and murder of another incarcerated individual. Mr. Gatan has completed serving the sentence. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gatan. How are you today?
I'm blessed and nervous.
Okay. Well, you've been through this before, but I'd like to start by just asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Oh, I have something I wanted to read, if I may.
Okay, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know today's hearing is going to stir up some deep emotions for the Guardiola family, because 33 years ago, I made a devastating decision to take a sheriff's life. I take full responsibility, and I'm profoundly sorry for the pain I caused. I want the Guardiola family to know that I'm remorseful and I offer my heartfelt apology. I would like to acknowledge that Ramon Guardiola was a respected and loved man by his coworkers, his roommates in the community. Ramon had a lot to live for. He was a sole provider for his family. This man had a caring heart, and my actions that night took that away from everyone who loved him. And it created unforgivable and unforgettable pain. To Ramon's wife, I'm deeply sorry. To his kids, to his sons, I'm deeply sorry for his grandkids. I'm deeply sorry for the community. I'm deeply sorry. I know the harm that I caused that night, it created a ripple effect that had hurt a lot of people, and I want them all to know that I'm deeply sorry. The decisions, and ever since I was 10 years old, up to 27 years old, I lived my life without care of anything or anybody. I was selfish, self-centered, and whatever I wanted, I had. My criminal thoughts and lifestyle fuel my daily actions of how I chose to live and respond to any life challenges. I relied on intimidation and violence as my first impulse to solve my problems. I was raised since I was 10 by my brother-in-law with the core beliefs of you don't disrespect me or mine, and that might is right. To keep my mouth shut no matter the cost to me or others, that we were always right, never wrong. I now know that what I was taught as a young boy and young man was the wrong way to be. I found that out after doing a lot of multiple programs throughout the years in incarceration. I have learned many skills and methods in dealing with my criminal thoughts and dealing with my past traumas and triggers. For many years, I've been practicing my cognitive thinking, my self-control, humility, and especially patience with myself and others around me. Through one-on-one therapy, faith, mentorship, and accountability, I rejected selfishness, and I embraced compassion, empathy, respect, and I became someone who values life, community, peace, and service, and I learned to care. Today, I am someone to continue to heal and grow and contribute positively to others, to my community. I have proven this by being the Linden aid to the most vulnerable in the Linden unit in Faribault Prison. Through my life experience, I have taught and mentored others not to do the wrong I have done. I have guided them to a better path to make the right decisions. Being a role model and being a positive influence within my community helps me have peace within myself and teaching others to have compassion towards others. In closing, I know I cannot change the past, but I will continue to honor Mr. Guardiola by the way I live moving forward through accountability, service, and healing. So you asked at the beginning, what do I expect from the board? I expect to be stepped down to a minimum work release and hopefully home. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for that. So I'd like to start by just asking, what was the reason that, in your understanding, that you had a continuance last time of 3 years? Why do you think that was?
I wasn't prepared. I needed more help, more programming. And everywhere I got moved and I continued, I progressed in getting programming and getting much better.
And so can you talk about what what specifically that change was and what those programs were that made a difference over the course of the last 3 years?
Well, prison fellowship was a big part of that change. When I started mentoring the inmates over there after I graduated, I became a graduate mentor. And seeing that these men growing in what I was mentoring, make them feel good. And then when I got moved to Faribault and I became part of the Restorative Justice Council over there, and I was facilitating RJ 101, also we targeted the young. And the young learned a lot from us. And that infueled in me to do much better and to continue in a positive role model within the community and giving back. And working in Linden with the most vulnerable adults there, being a living aid, also gave me more insight and how to care, have more patience, and to value life. Because my core beliefs were back then were not the ones that I live by now.
So you're at Stillwater now in the ELU. Can you talk a little bit about what that's been like and your sense of it?
Oh man, I'm thankful and grateful that I got accepted in the early living unit. I remember 33 years ago when I came into these doors, it was chaos, violent, a lot of prison politics. You had to belong to something to survive in here because everything was segregated by race. Now, you see the difference of positively men in here that want that change, the incentive that this place gives us, the peace. I mean, the community set that it is, it's way 1,000% way different. You can leave your door open, nobody goes and takes anything. You can leave the clothes in the dryer, it won't be missing. It just the peacefulness that everybody in here that they brought to this facility as an EOU member. We all want the same thing. And we would love to this place to continue moving on or being in other facilities because there's the incentive that a lot of people that I know that are in other facilities will enjoy what we are enjoying here. This place is unique and we police each other and be responsible. And we have town hall meetings once a month and we come in whatever problems we have, we settle it ourselves. And that's the community of it. That's EOU.
Good. So when you think about the potential of releasing, stepping down, what challenges do you anticipate you will experience in that process?
Well, first, the technology. I've never used a cell phone or computer. I know I'm going to have to get some courses on that. The world has changed. And I know it's going to be a challenge, but everywhere I've been, I've progressed and made myself better and understand where I'm at. And I've learned to cope and move on with the times. And I know that it's going to be difficult at first, but my skills and programs that I've done throughout the years, I know that will come in effect and it will help me. Like, thank you for a change class. You know, we do a lot of role modeling there. And whatever scenario comes to you, we do role model and we in the group we participate. And that helps a lot. It's like the CBI employed I took also. Those prepare you so when you do get released, step down, if you face them challenges, you know how to deal with them. And that's what I've learned. And that's what I know that I will continue when I get stepped down. If that ever happens, I am ready to deal with it in a positive way.
So if Israel Gatan was in a bad place, you know, whatever that caused that, it doesn't matter, but what would people around you see? What would it look like if you were struggling?
Well, I don't show much. If I was struggling, I will find a therapist to talk to or chaplain or somebody that I trust that is a mentor. And there's men in here that are like that. Whenever I have issues, first I go to the Bible and I find insight in it because I read it every day. And I meditate every day too for 25, 30 minutes a day. That helps me a lot. So if I'm having a bad day, I just go back to my cell and I meditate and I read in the Bible because that comforts me. And I call home, I call my sister, I call my mom, or I call my friend. And they comfort me too. And the people around me, if they see me having a bad day, most of them that knows me, they always ask, am I okay or not? Because they see I'm not my normal self sometimes.
And what is when you're not your normal self, what does that look like?
I just
What,
quiet.
what do people, okay,
I'm quiet. I don't say much. I stay in myself until I feel right, and then I'll go for a run, because I run every day. I do 5 miles. After my 5 miles, everything just goes into place. And I use my methods that I learned doing my therapy with Miss Petrick. When I was doing EMDR with her, she showed me several methods how to deal with sadness, how to deal with things that are going on that around you or bad news. Instead of reacting, I meditate more. I use my methods. I go back to that place that she showed me how to be, to become more peaceful mentally.
when's the last time you had a situation where you had to manage your emotions, regulate your emotions in an appropriate way? Can you describe what that was?
Yeah, I was a lending aid. I was lending with an aid to a man that was half paralyzed. And he was always difficult to deal with. Nobody wanted to be his aide. So it was a challenge for me. And every time I got him dressed, I had to get him dressed early in the morning at 6 o'clock to get him ready by 6:30 to go to the pill window. And almost every day, constantly, he used to get aggravated because his shirt wasn't right, or his shoes wasn't tied properly. And it was a challenge. But I know dealing with him has showed me a lot to have more patience with other people, with other men around me. And I was his aide for close to 2 years, and nobody wanted to be his aide. So at the end, before I came here, he was sad because I was leaving, because he never had an aide that had a lot of patience with towards him. I don't react in a violent or disrespectful way anymore. I think, I stop, and I count backwards sometimes, and I use my skills that I've learned through the groups, how to deal with situations like that.
Excellent, thank you. With that, I'm going to open this up for questions to other board members.
Mr. Dayton, so can you talk to me a little bit about like when did the change really start to happen for you? And I'll be honest, I'm going to frame the question from the perspective of the early part of your incarceration had a significant amount of discipline, violence, up to and including, if I remember correctly, involvement or conviction for the death of another inmate. When did the change happen? And well, we'll start with that.
Okay. Well, when I was, after the conviction in prison, I was put on HOC status, on high level control. I was in segregation. Got shipped out of state for several years. They brought me back to ACU, administrative control unit, in solitary confinement. And when I was coming back, when I put me in there, solitary confinement, all these years I was in solitary confinement. And every year my mom and my aunt come visit me, and it was only for an hour at the time. And they brought me back. They brought me to the visiting room with the shackles, and the hockey helmet they put on your head, the spit mask, and every time my mom and my aunt see me through this window, I seen them always crying. And after the hour was done at the visit, I used to go back to my cell and reflect on what happened and what I saw, that pain I caused in my two people that I love the most in this world. And I told myself I had to do something to change. It was 2006. I was in ACU. And I asked God to help me, to forgive me for things that I've done throughout my life. That if I ever do get out of ACU, that I promise that I will change and I will do good and try to mentor and try to help others. Because I never expected to come out of solitary confinement. That day, I felt something that touched me. I felt something lifted off my shoulders. I felt peace. I felt loved. When that door opened at ACU, I was the most happiest man because I got out solitary confinement at ACU. As soon as I got out, I was challenged. And I had to tell everybody that the person I used to be, I'm no more, that this is who I am, this is who I'm going to become. If they don't like it, be it. I'm done with everything. I stepped back. And that's when that change happened, was in 2006. And ever since then, I've been doing programming and bettering myself to this day. What you see now is not that person 33 years ago when I came in. Because who I was before, when I came in with that life sentence, I was angry. I was upset. Couldn't comprehend why I was always blaming others instead of myself. And when I finally realized that I had to take accountability and responsibility in everything that I've done, that forgiveness that I felt in my heart that day, I know that there's a higher power has been helping me all this time. And the day I leave this world, I know I want to leave something positive, because the day I get judged, I want to go someplace where it's peaceful, where all my family is at.
When was your last discipline? If I remember correctly, I feel like it's been a few years now, but I can't seem to find that section within the packet.
Well, there was a transferring of property. I gave somebody some money, and that's what the discipline was, transferring of property. I didn't know that it was a rule, and that's what I broke that rule.
Okay. And I guess the last question I have is, within your packet, one of the things that was referenced is that you've been working with mental health staff to identify triggers that solicit a potentially violent response. What are those triggers, and what sort of a plan do you have in place to kind of mitigate that risk?
Well, the triggers is when I was a kid, the trauma that I went through, that always affected me as a growing up. Throughout the therapy that I've done, I've worked, and it's very rare that I get triggered now. And whenever I do, I use my method that Miss Petrick showed me. When I did EMDR, is one of the first time I ever heard about it. It was an extreme therapy. It takes you straight to that trauma when you were traumatized, and slowly, little by little, it takes you there, but at the same time, it gets you better. So whenever I get triggered, I always go to my training and method that I was taught by Miss Petrick. And it's very rare that I get any angry or want to lash out to anybody. I don't think about it. It's not in my mindset anymore. It's more about giving back and helping instead of hurting. Because before the therapy, I was walking like a man with a wound, hurting, bleeding everywhere. And after the therapy, that wound has healed. I'm not hurting. Now I'm helping.
Thank you for that. I understand you're also participating in Thinking for a Change. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my second time that I've done Thinking for a Change. And this time, the reason I asked to take it is because this is a 5.0 Thinking for a Change. It's more, I mean, I love the class. I'll be done in September 12th, I believe. It's twice a week, and we do a lot of role playing. And any situation that you have throughout the week, you can bring it to the class and we role play it. How did you deal with it? And all past situations. And this 5.0 that Mr. Lesueur is facilitating is one of the best classes they have here. And I recommend that to a lot of IPs in here to take it.
All right, thank you.
Use your
Thank-
microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for what you've shared so far with
Yes.
respect to your transformed life. Can you talk a little bit about how you feel you have been able to merit placement at the Stillwater Earned Living Unit? How long you've been there and what your life there looks like? How do you perceive you are perceived there, such that you would be looking forward to potential step down at this time?
Yes. Here, when I first got here, the Earned Living Unit, I was accepted because I sent an application and they go by the Minnesota MinSafe, they call it. And when I got interviewed, one of the reasons I sent the application to come here is because that week when I got the application, my family was visiting me at the time, and my mom at the visiting room, I told her about it, and she always loved this town, Stillwater, and she loved the visiting room here. And visits in Faribault, believe it or not, are not too quiet. So when I sent the application in, it was her blessing. I got accepted, and the people that interviewed me were, happy that I sent the application, that I wanted to come here. As soon as I got here, you can feel the peace around you, because you don't feel that in other institutions, what we feel here. I came here mentoring, I came here helping voluntarily. We all volunteer here and to do things. I was accepted by the staff that knows me throughout the years. They were happy that I'm here because one of the lieutenants told me, since you speak both languages, you can mentor the Hispanic community, which I have done, and I continue doing, to explain the rules and how this place is. The staff, the nursing staff, and some of the inmates that know me throughout the years that are here too. My boss, building maintenance where I work as a grounds crew. I mean, he's also heard a lot of good things about me. Sergeant Paul, who's a sergeant of industry, also was happy that I was here, because they didn't know who they were bringing over here. Somebody they can trust, somebody they can rely on. This is EOU, and it's one of the best places. And now 33 years I've been, and I've been here close to a year. September will be a year. And continue step down. I look forward to it. And I pray that this place stays open for the next people in line to come here, so they can enjoy this peacefulness that we have here that in other facilities they don't have.
I have a question for you. First of all, I want to say it sounds like you have done some really good work. Could you talk about Bonnie French?
Yes,
And I know you met her, you said, through prison ministries, and you plan to live with her in Sac Center, rent the basement.
yes.
How long have you known her? How well do you know her? How well does she know you, etc.?
Well, I met her through a mutual friend. Mutual friend asked her to email me because she wanted information of another inmate because she was doing prison ministries at the time. And she was having issue with another inmate she was visiting. And she wanted to know more about this inmate. And the person that she knows, a mutual friend, told her, well, write this man. He'll be honest and sincere towards you. Send him an email. So I went to my kiosk and I saw this name of this lady. And I said, who is this? So I responded back and she sent me her number and I started talking. She asked me about this fellow inmate. And I told her the truth about him. And he's well known as being a master manipulator. Not only that, but she feared him a little. And throughout the weeks of talking, she asked me if she does prison ministries and she wanted if she can come and visit me. I said, I've never had anybody visit me but family. So I gave it a few months before I sent her an application. And we started talking about the Bible, started talking. And she was already getting at the point, because she went to Chakopee, she came to Faribault, Lino Lakes, she visited inmates. And throughout the months, it became years. And we became real close, and she offered, it says, I know I seen that change in you. And if you ever do want any help out here, I'm here to be your supporter. And ever since then, it's been over 3 years now. We talk every day. She's my mentor. She's my confidant. We talk about everything. And that's one of the prayers that I asked God, that I know all my support is back home. And she is my sole and great support here in Minnesota. And I'm thankful and grateful to have her by my side. She's got sent.
Have you looked into jobs
Yes,
in Sac Center?
yes, I have. In St. Cloud, there's one of the guys I used to mentor in Lino Lakes. He's a supervisor now in a foundry, Greedy Foundry in St. Cloud. He wrote a support letter for me. He always said, I can get you a job where I work. I investigated the workhouse they have there, Hope Ministries. And I've done a lot of research with the Flyer. It's a company that built buses, I believe, and the foundry. And the foundry is willing to, according to my friend, to the guy I used to mentor, they're willing to hire me once I get released.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gatan, at this point, I'd like to turn to your support person, Bishop Shanahan.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for being here today. I'm going to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in Mr. Gatan over time.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've had the distinct honor of knowing Israel for a little over 10 years now, and I have to say to the board, it's rare that I have seen such an amazing change in an individual. Excuse me. Israel first came into my office and we began to have discussions and almost would meet on a monthly basis. And he actually became one of my mentors while he was a segregation worker. And he had a way with people who were in segregation that was absolutely phenomenal. So if I'd know that somebody would go back to seg, I'd ask Israel to look in on them to make sure that they had what they needed. And he always made sure that people had what they needed, or at least would let me know if they needed something else. Israel did Thinking for a Change when I was there, and I saw this tremendous growth in how he started that program and how he ended that program. It was actually a totally different person with a whole different mindset and the ability to deal with conflict and resolve it without getting angry. I've come to truly respect him very deeply, and the way he has handled himself, and knowing that he came back to ELU and knowing that he's mentoring other guys. I've continued to take, even though I retired, I continued to keep up on what he's been doing, and everywhere I turn and everybody I talk to can't say enough about how wonderful his mentoring and his walking with people has been. And I'm honored that he asked me to be here today, and truly blessed, I think, by his friendship and by his I believe total transformation.
Thank you for that, and thank you so much for being here and for being a support to him and others in the DOC while you were chaplain and even after. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So, Mr. Gatan, prior to the board engaging in a discussion and deliberation about next steps for you, I want to open the floor to you briefly to provide the board with any last thoughts or requests before we move into that discussion.
Well, I want the board to know that moving me forward, step down to minimum, I will, like I said in my letter that I wrote, I will continue programming. I will continue being a positive role model. I will continue to do better and show other young men, because that's who I target in here is the young men who have 2-3 years to mentor them, so they don't have make mistakes or listen to somebody out there in a wrong way. To remember the sacrifice and remember the struggles that were in here, to take out there and be a good member of society. Because one of my goals is to go and teach the young out there. Because my experience as a young boy and a teenager, nobody was there teaching me or showing me what I was doing was wrong. I was always mentored in a wrong way. My mentoring in here have given me peace within myself that I know I've been doing good and I will continue to do good, stepping down. And that's what I want the board to know, that stepping down and continuing moving forward, I will progress to be a respected member of society of my community. I'm there to help and be there for them too. Thank you.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'm going to open the floor to the board to begin the conversation of next steps.
I appreciate Mr. Gatan coming before us today, and I observed through the record and through his own witness that he has been in a process of continual change and improvement over the years, particularly as he has said since 2006, seeking to improve himself through programming as well as through his actions and support of others in the facility, and through the observation of those who have testified on his behalf in letters, and his support person who is here with us today. The crime of which he has been committed is horrendous, and he acknowledges that. And while I know it's difficult for him to be forgiven for that crime, perhaps impossible, particularly by those whom he harmed by taking their loved one, I do perceive that he has prepared himself not for parole at this time, but that he would be able to begin a step-down process, observing how he is doing at the ELU to minimum, in preparation for continuing to prepare himself for the possibility of life in the community, in Talk Center and beyond, with release planning as appropriate. So I would like to hear how others would feel about his potential step down and then preparation for work release and potential future parole, and to talk about what he can do to continue in that process. Certainly continuing the behaviors he's exhibited, the helpfulness and the positive programming that he has shown in the past couple of decades into the future. So that would be my motion. It sounded long, but
So it would be deny parole and begin step down.
Yeah.
With a continuance of
yeah,
16 months.
what would be appropriate for him to spend some time in minimum, and then a possibility of work release before returning to us. 16 to 24 months. I would want to hear what others would say about that.
So the motion would be, do we want to, we can talk about the term, I guess, if people want to look at what the term is, but is there a second just to the frame?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. The discussion could focus if people have thoughts on like how long that should be and what other things they would like, maybe would like to see Mr. Gatan focus on.
Yeah.
I know I would like to see him. I'd like to know what his support network is going to be like in Sauk Center. I think that's a big missing piece here.
I guess my observation or feedback, while certainly there is the release plan that he submitted is really short on specifics. So I think that requires a great deal of work over whatever course of time is determined. And I think that goes a little bit to what you're saying, Chris, with kind of he has the potential placement at Sauk Center. I think there's a lot more thought that really needs to be put into kind of what that release plan could potentially look like. I mean, we see other release plans that are pages and pages long. There's just a lot of detail that is needed, certainly, regarding the release plan from my perspective.
I would agree with Andrew, and that was something that stood out for me. I think that he has done considerable work in the mental health area, but it looks like there's still positive programming that the psychological review and the program review narrative suggested would be good for him to pursue. The recommendation that he reduce the risk of violence by talking with his support people and consider organizations like Power of the People, Amicus, All Square, We Are All Criminals. I think goes hand in hand with continuing work on developing the release plan and developing a safety plan for the known triggers, which was another recommendation that was made in the psychological review of July 7th.
So I'm gonna break my own rule here, and just go back to Mr. Gatan and ask one quick question. At one point in time, was there also an alternative thought or plan of seeking an interstate transfer? Mr. Gatan?
What?
Was there at one point in time a plan or a thought about seeking an interstate transfer?
Yes, there was, because I own a house and land down in San Antonio, Texas. And all my family lives in San Antonio and in Eagle Pass. So my biggest supporters are out of state.
Okay.
And
So might that be a consideration? Because I know we ask you to have both a Minnesota plan and if
Yes.
you're going to seek an interstate compact transfer, that that you would have both at the same time. Is that still one of the things you're thinking?
I
Or
was
not?
thinking that, and I know, and the reason I wanted to stay in Minnesota is because I'm in my 60s. I know I don't have that much time to put money into my Social Security. So if I have probably 10, 12 more good years to work out there, hopefully it'll put enough money. So the day I do retire, I have something to fall back on. And then I can move back home where I do own a home and land. And my support, I know my parole plan wasn't extended big. And one of the reasons is that the only support that I have is Miss French. But I also have CBI employed and that they're willing to help me with jobs for now, a place to live, help me with computers, help me. I talked to Miss Joanne Brown
Yeah,
and she sent me a package that I sent to her.
yeah,
And Mr. McNeil also is there
Yeah.
willing to help me with resumes to make my parole plan better
Yeah.
once I hit minimum. When I talked to Ms. Brown, she says, once you hit minimum, we'll send somebody down there to help you to your parole plan to the community.
okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to get a sense because I knew that I recalled that interstate compact transfer was one of the things we had talked about in the past. So that's helpful. All right. I guess just to weigh in, I would feel best if it would be a 24-month process that would allow for him to have some time in minimum, and while he's in minimum to really begin to work this plan and I think refinement and the core question of what the truly best option if he's got a somewhat more limited support network here in Minnesota. And again, he needs to make this decision, but it needs to really be, I think, a reflection of what's solid or returning back to Texas, Eagle Pass, where he has family and support. So that's something that I think could be further addressed. But I would be supportive of a step down process of 24 months. And I think those programs that were recommended are all programs that would be accessible in the community. And while he's both begin connecting with many of them while he's in minimum, and certainly while he's on work release, there would be a lot of opportunity for those community connections to occur. I'm impressed by like the description of the power and influence of the EMDR and how that has been such an influential kind of experience for him. And I think to continue, refining, developing those skills, whatever that may look like, and working with somebody on the outside to do that, I would certainly recommend. And I think, what the process of a process would allow for is us to be able to further test his ability in an environment that has more openness, more freedom, more movement, independent movement. But one of the things I will say is that the ELU provides a lot of open movement compared to a lot of other facilities. and he, by all appearances, has navigated that well. So I guess, if I was to just offer an insight, would be looking at that 24-month period.
Certainly consider that friendly and in addition to the motion that has been made.
And
Yep,
okay.
absolutely.
So there is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Obviously, built into this would be the expectation that he remain discipline-free and comply with all rules of programs, both minimum and work release. And that he would come back in 24 months. So to that motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Carter,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Chanel votes yes. Mr. Gatan, so here's what you're hearing is that we would be looking to begin the step down process. Your folks there will begin to work with you and the folks at minimum to determine where that minimum placement will occur. And that, as soon as that can be arranged, it will be arranged. You'd, be involved in a crew there, start getting that process. And then over the course of, that could be 9 to 12 months, then it would begin looking at work release placement and you'd be figuring that out. And I think you've heard, obviously, the thing that we really, really want you to give a lot of focus to is really thinking about this plan. And I appreciate the fact that, there's opportunities here and all of that. And if that's what you determine to be best and you can make a case for that, that's great. But remember that, you're going to be coming back before the board in 24 months. I presume that would be with a request to be paroled and released to the community. And the board's going to want to hear what the strongest plan you can put together for strong community supports and success as you move forward. Make sense?
Yes.
Any questions about that?
Yes, sir. Can I ask what facility will I be going? Because I asked in my letter for Red Wing. Is that where I'm going or?
They will work it out. And I'm not going to say, I know you'd like to go to Red Wing and maybe that will be the place. I think
Yes.
what we'll do is what we do on this now is what ends up happening is bed space becomes a challenge, depending on the wheres and the whats. So they will work a PRT will work with you specifically, and your voice will matter in that process. You will have some conversations, and then the facility reps who hold minimum facilities, which is really Faribault and Red Wing now, and Lino, it'll be one of those three locations. But you certainly should weigh in terms of where and why. Everybody wants to go to Red Wing. It seems like all of a sudden a big change. So, but I understand you want to go there, and you should certainly make your case for that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else?
Yeah, I want to thank the board for everything, for listening and for stepping me down. I'm happy, I'm thankful and grateful. I want to thank my supporter, Marty. Thank you. And thank the board and commissioner. And you guys
No,
have a blessed day.
You too. Keep up the good work, and we'll look forward to hearing about your progress. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. I know. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you all for your service.
All right, we'll be moving on to the next case here in just a minute. Ready to go. Yeah, it's a bishop. All right, whenever you're ready.
Moose Lake, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mark Orlando Harris, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Harris also has his advocate, Mr. Justin McNeil, participating today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Cheryl Ramstad, Christine Bray, Tony Carter, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate on July 15th, 1992, in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, police officers discovered the body of Carol Marie Abelseth lying under a large tree in the park. They observed her on her back with a purple bra pulled up around her neck with no shirt on. Next to her right hand was a black t-shirt. She was wearing light blue jeans with a belt that was unclasped. There was a large rectangular wound on her head running from above the left eyebrow across the top of the skull. The medical examiner determined the cause of death to be blunt force head injury due to multiple blows to the head. Additionally, BCA investigators compared DNA samples from the victim's clothing, which matched that of Mark Harris. Testing on Mr. Harris's car indicate the presence of human blood on the rear windshield. Witnesses had indicated that the victim had gotten into Harris's car at approximately 1 a.m. on July 15th of 1992. On June 11th of 1993, Mr. Harris was sentenced to a life sentence for first-degree murder while committing or attempting to commit criminal sexual conduct in Hennepin County District Court. On July 15th of 1995, an order filed from the Supreme Court remanded his case for a new trial. On October 10th of 1995, Mark Orlando Harris was found guilty by a jury, and the life sentence for first-degree murder while committing criminal sexual conduct order was to stand. Mr. Harris has previously been reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel 3 times and continued for future review each time. Today's review represents his 4th review after serving approximately 34 and a half years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred on July 17th of 2022. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. How are you today?
A bit nervous, but I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the board and the commissioner for meeting with me today. And I'm not sure about how much allowed time I have, but I would like to, even though I've sent the apology letter and it's been accepted to the apology bank, I would like to apologize to Carol's family verbally, if I can, please.
Go ahead.
And I regret the pain that I've caused you, and and today I want to take full responsibility for my senseless actions. Excuse me. I chose to live a lifestyle that was, in my mind, rude, disrespectful, and ill-mannered. And that lifestyle was conducive to nothing but a danger to me and anybody that was around me. Unfortunately, and regretfully, that danger manifested itself in the death of Carol. And I'm deeply sorry for what I've done. Over the years, I've worked hard by taking multiple programs that would help me to change my criminal and reckless behaviors, And some of those programs included critical thinking, anger management, AVP, which is alternative to violence. You know, I took 3 classes of those. Restorative justice, just to name a few. And taking these classes helped me immensely to change my way of thinking from back then. Um, uh, I realized that an apology and taking those programs won't change change the harm that I caused to the family. But my intentions are to change my mindset that caused that harm. And that's the reason why I took those classes over the years, multiple classes. I'm not the same person that I was when I committed this crime back in 1992. Um, and once again, and again, I just want to say I'm very, very, very sorry for what I've done to cause you any pain. And as far as to the board, to your question that you asked me, what are we looking for to do today? Hopefully, I hope the board sees that via the reports given to you about my stay in prison, that I put in the work to necessarily show the changes that I made and that I'm working to be productive and not destructive moving forward. What that would look like, hopefully, is me moving forward in my step down process, going to minimal, 3 to 6 months, and working in work programs that help me reacclimate to the community, followed by step down process until work release. I have a very good work ethic, and I think I would do very, very well. I know I would do very, very well in that portion of my step down portion. And then, of course, when I'm released, my parole agent, I will follow all directives given to him without question. So,
Thank you for that. Mr. Harris, I want to just take a minute to just to ask some, I think, some difficult questions, but questions nonetheless that I think, at least for me, are important. You just mentioned at the start of your statement that you regret what happened and you regret the pain that you caused to the family members and loved ones of your victim. What is it that you most regret?
well, when I went through treatment, I didn't have a lot of empathy. I didn't learn to express a lot of empathy growing up. I'm from Gary, and the streets there. The streets raised me. Once I went to treatment, I was exposed to the different tools to learn me how to have empathy and to be in the other person's shoes. I wouldn't want my family to go through what I put the Able Said family to go through. I wish the things that I know now I would have known back then, and I wouldn't have acted in the way I would have. But I regret taking the family through that. I want to also apologize for my demeanor in court, the blatant disrespect and not taking accountability that I showed when I was in court to them.
So what were you like in court? What did you display?
Uh, uh, no sympathy whatsoever. I would mean mug the family. Just denying that I even committed the crime was disrespectful. You know, when I know that I had committed this crime. Um, and you know, their family didn't deserve that. Her family didn't deserve that. You know, and I'm sorry for that.
When you look back through your eyes of today, after all of these different programs and so forth, can you describe how it is that, at least like your understanding today, of how your mind, your thinking allowed or let your hands take the actions that you took on the day or the night of this crime?
Uh, I believe the question you asked, what I believe the cause was, control issues. Um, I've I was very abusive in all of my relationships. And I felt at the time, if I'm in control of the relationship, if they did what I said, that things would go my way. It was all about me and nobody else. Um, I had to learn that I can't control others. I can only control myself. You know, and it took a long time for me to learn that. It wasn't an overnight process. But once I got that, you know, in treatment, you know, they have this old additive, you know, you fake it till you make it. But I took those programs with the intent of learning something from them. So I changed that fake it till you make it to actually practicing it till you become it. And so I had to learn to I'm not in control of anyone else. I had to learn that. Um, then once I learned it, you know, I just, you know, I keep that in mind every day. I hope that was an answer to your question.
So that's helpful. Here's the jump that I'm trying to make, and I'm gonna kind of lay this out and frame this a little bit. At the time of this offense, and remember that that's what brings us here. I think what I heard you say that it was kind of the mindset of control that put you in this position where you felt you could do what you wanted to do. And yet, in this case, you had not met this victim before, correct?
Yes, we knew each other.
Okay. And but on this particular day, whatever happened, you exercised the ultimate in control, right? At some level, you took her life, right?
Yes.
And when that happened, you realized that. How did you think through kind of the next steps, like leaving her partially unclothed body, half naked out by a tree? Like, what were you thinking at the time?
And once again, I'm sorry for that. But like I said, my upbringing was on the streets, and one of the things we deny, 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 and that's what I demonstrated in court. I denied having anything to do with this. I did what I knew at the time.
So then the question for me becomes this thing of, you're saying that you were motivated by a level of control, and power and control, whatever words you want to use to describe that. And how is it that we know that when you get into an environment where there is far less controls, that you won't exercise and engage in the same kind of controlling behavior that led to where you are today? What is it that we should ground ourselves in to suggest and believe that fundamentally that's gone, managed, well understood, such that we should not be concerned?
Well, sir, I've been locked up a long time, and I've been taking many, many programs, and I think that I would hope that the reports from the outcomes of my programming will reflect that, I've gotten past that. It's been a very, very long time. I'm not that same person. You know, I truly take seriously the things that I've learned from anger management, which was um, impulsivity, critical thinking, uh, thinking about being empathetic about to put myself in other people's shoes. Restorative justice, the way of how it affects everyone, not just um, my family or the victim's family, but the community itself. Um, I think about those things, at night, you know, and reflecting back to what I say, I practice what I preach at night. Before I go to sleep, I think about my days, what I did through the day, and I process that. You know, was I courteous enough? Was I respectful enough? Was I helpful enough to somebody? Um, and then if I'll come up with oh, well, maybe I could have said this. I come back the next day and fix that. If it was something that I felt that I may have could have been better at. Um, I've um, I was a conflict resolution mentor. I mean, if that's kind of hard to do that and still have the mentality that I want to hurt somebody. I volunteered to mentor the YOs. I don't think that I would have been asked to do that if the people that were monitoring me felt that I was still of some risk to YOs at that. Um, you know, I mean, I'm doing the best that I can. Um, if it's like I said at night when I before I go to sleep, I process my day, and if I think it's something that I can be better at, I work at that. And violence is not one of them. I've been down over 34 years, and I don't think my records will show that. I've had plenty of opportunities to be violent against somebody, especially in this atmosphere here, and I've not done that. You know, and I will continue that my sobriety to violence for as long as I live from this day forward. But I'm not that person anymore.
Do you, when you think back over your history, and you talked about who you were before, and that violence and denial were parts of where you came from. Was it easier for you historically to exercise power and control over women, over men?
Uh, uh, was it easier? Well, yeah, of course, yes. That's what I did. Yeah, until I learned better. I learned a different way now. So,
Okay. And then if you think about, and you talked about how well did you know your victim?
pardon?
How well did you know your victim?
We had known each other for maybe a year, 9 months.
Um, you seem like as you think about imagination and knowing what you know about her, what do you suspect or anticipate she might have become or been, or how she would have lived her life had she survived or been not been victimized, based on what you knew of her?
I believe she would have been a successful woman. I don't, I, she was happy and fun person. So, you know, it's kind of hard for me to say because people change over the years. So, from at that point, I think she would have been successful.
Okay. If you
And
were to
I
name, I'm sorry, go ahead. Did I cut you off?
yeah, and I took that opportunity from her, and and that sits on me every day. Um, um, yes, I robbed her of that, and you know, I don't know what she would have became today, but thinking back then, all I can see was, that she would have been successful, hopefully, in life.
If you were to think of the one thing that you've been involved in over the last 30 plus years that had the biggest impact and was most transformational for you, what was it and why?
Um, um, SOTP program. That um, that program was just is a phenomenal program. And I preach this today. It's a shame that they call it SOTP. I think everybody should have to take that program because it teaches you a lot of things. It covers different aspects in life and helps us work through different problems that we go through. Emotion management. It was the best abuse class I took there. Um, you know, I learned so much just going in my therapy, and I credit my therapist mainly for that, Miss Julie Scanlon. She was just an amazing woman, and but it's far, I've had many aha moments, but that was maybe the biggest one right there.
Thank you for that. With that, I'm going to open the floor to other board members to ask any questions that they would like to ask.
Mr. Harris, I just want to follow up, and I might really get this wrong, so I apologize if I do. But the commissioner, I believe, asked you a question about something like when you were in the process of murdering the victim, what were you thinking? I think that was the question. And I think your answer was something like, I grew up in an environment of deny, deny, deny. And I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting, but to me, you didn't answer the question. So could you answer that question? What was going on in your head as you were carrying out the actions against the victim and right to the end?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry if I misspoke. Okay, so uh, my intentions weren't to kill Carol. We had gotten into an argument, and it was like a conduit that I saw laying on the ground. She had smacked me. She had hit me, and she turned to run, and I saw this conduit on the ground, and I picked it up and I struck her with it. It wasn't my intention to kill her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Um, but that I guess I guess the word I look for survival mode kicked in. And I deny, and I left the scene, um, um, as, as quickly as I could, as quietly as I could. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Other questions?
Sir, do you remember what you were arguing with her about? Was it about your desire to have sex with her when she didn't want it?
No, it was well, it was somebody had mentioned that she had been seeing this other guy, some other guy. And we got into the argument about that. And why that even bothered me to this day, it was my control, wanting to be in control that made it bother me because I was already in a relationship with someone else. But so this person mentioned that she had been seeing this other guy. And so I started an argument with her about it, and it led from one thing to another. And it was the outcome was all bad.
You mentioned that you've gone through several programs and that you got a lot out of them. What programs specifically dealt with control, and what did they teach you about control?
Well, the domestic abuse program was one about controlling your partner. The most domestic abuse cases are about that.
What did
And
it teach you?
that I'm not in control. I don't own that person, and so for me to try to control their actions, that makes me. I thought of myself as if they did what they wanted to do, they're trying to punk me. They're making me less of a man. So for me to, you know, so I'm the man. I need to control this relationship, and I did that through fear and violence. Um, and I thought that worked because when my interactions with people, what I thought they respected me, well, I came to realize that it wasn't respect; it was more compliance. They did the things that I want more out of compliance and not respect. And I thought, is that the kind of respect that I want? Um, one of the exercises that I was given. So we were asked to write our own obituary. And it had to be an obituary that was actually realistic. I couldn't say that I found the cure for cancer or something like that. So I wish I'd have brought that with me. I would have read it to you. So I wrote the obituary to what I thought I would want it to be, you know. And so it was accepted because if it was something outrageous, I would have had to redo it. So I wrote this obituary. And so my therapist is like, okay, Mark, that was a pretty good obituary. Is that how you see yourself? Uh, when you go, is that the footprint that you want to leave? I'm like, yes, ma'am. And so she was like, well, Mark, you're the one that wrote that obituary. Is the people that's going to actually write your obituary, is that what they're going to say about you? And I had not to think about that, you know, uh, if it was back then, my obituary would look nothing like what I wrote. I want my footprint to be better than that of the old me. I have grandkids now, and I don't want, he was an asshole. I'm glad he's gone, who wants that? So I had to make some decisions, and start walking a different path, you know, and I even used that same exercise when I was teaching restorative justice classes, uh, you know, what is the footprint that you want to leave in this world? And you have to think about, you know, as far as the, you know, the webs, you know, of the things that you do, you know, because it affects other people. Yeah, yeah, I was on a different path then, so, and I worked hard to change that.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, thank you for appearing before us today and for sharing as you have. I appreciate the many years that you've spent discipline-free / violence-free. As you speak today, and as I look at your record and observe the 2023 discipline, which was not about violence, given the context of what you've shared, could you please help me to understand how you might process that discipline as it relates to control seeking, perhaps the man up, kind of, as well as deny sort of behavior? How do you process that as it might compare minimally, as an example, of course, but to those attitudes that you've talked about today? And
Yeah, well-
of course, how do you plan to manage to that?
Yeah, well, if you're referring to the soundbar situation, I really, I didn't know that I was doing something wrong. I was a clerk at the time, and I had access to the video equipment, you know, moving it from place to place to place. And I didn't think that I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to be using the sound bar for my personal use. So when the supervisor approached me with it, you know, it was, and it was a learning experience for me then. So I didn't really have a lot of contact with her when I, and I'm almost don't want to say this. I didn't have a when I first met her. It wasn't a positive first meeting that I had with her, and it was more it was more about me, my perception of her demeanor. So when she first came to me, you know, I wasn't as forthcoming as I should have been. That night, once again, I thought about, you know, what my actions were, how I responded to her. And I'm like, well, you know, one of the things I was taught, especially in anger management, um, ask why. Why? Always the question why. Why are you feeling like this? Why are you doing this? Why? You can't use too many whys. And so I'm like, well, why then I want to respond to her more why wouldn't I be more coming with her? Um, well, I thought she was being condescending. Well, why do you think she was being condescending? Because you know, she's supposed to be a professional and she shouldn't talk to people like that. Well, why do you feel that she was? And I kept asking these whys and whys and whys. And once I got to the root of, and it probably could have been more whys. So once I got to the root of, look, you should just been more forthcoming. So man up, asked for a meeting with her the next morning, and I explained to her, you know, Miss Olson, I didn't know that wasn't supposed to use the sound bar in the fashion that I did. I'm sorry. It won't happen again, you know. And I was still terminated from the program, but I felt better about being able to, as you used the term, man up the next day about the way I presented myself the day before. So, and it wasn't so much, and maybe it was about control. I wanted to control the narrative, but I saw that that was the wrong way to do it, so I corrected that.
Man,
And,
just,
and I think you have to, and it's emotions management. That comes back to one of the lessons I learned about emotions management. Um, you can't suppress your feelings. You have to experience those feelings. That way you know how to deal with them when they come up again. So that was one of the learnings, that was one of the experiences that I had to go through because I hadn't really dealt with her before. So it's going to be other people that I'm going to feel this condescending. And now I know how to deal with them in a more positive way than to not be more forthcoming about whatever the situation is.
may I just clarify, I had read that you were not forthcoming about having had the equipment or used the equipment inappropriately. I wondered if having the equipment for your own use and then perhaps denying that you were using it in that way was a matter of control, and then whether it illustrated issues with rule compliance and how you would manage to those kinds of attitudes in the future.
Yeah. Well, in my use of the sound bar, I don't think that was my forethought. I want to control this. Like as I said before, I didn't even know I wasn't supposed to use it in that manner. Um, um, uh, moving forward, now I ask more questions, even at work now. Some things I guess are um, more obvious that we can do, but I still ask just to make sure because of that going through that situation. I didn't know that I shouldn't have been using the soundbar in that way. I wasn't hiding the soundbar. I didn't try to sneak and use it. It was in my office that you can hear the music playing. So wasn't when I did it, it wasn't a thing where I'm gonna sneak and use this and ain't nobody gonna know about it. It wasn't anything like that. That wasn't my forethought. I didn't plan it out. I just, you know,
Thank you for readdressing it.
Mr. Harris, just a couple of quick questions for me. And actually, I just wanted to follow up on what Tony was asking you about. And it's actually more an observation of when you kind of under your breath made the comment, I shouldn't say this, and you describe that initial interaction with the staff member. I think what you described after that, to me, actually does show insight, because I think, and you even kind of touched on it a little bit, those are things that probably every single one of us experiences. So that initial impression, I think that is a human thing. So like I was actually encouraged to hear you kind of work through that and just acknowledge, the need to do the why. And ultimately, it always comes back to you.
yes.
So like, I appreciated that explanation. My only other question is, you've talked about restorative justice, and I think you had indicated you're actually a facilitator in that. So can you just kind of talk to me about what does it take to become a facilitator? Is that just something you sign up and do, or do you have to go through more of a process in order to be selected for that?
Yes, sir. So, restorative justice, um, you go through an interview process. You submit an application. It goes to the committee. It's a panel of however many people on the panel at that facility. You come in, you do an interview. They ask you every panel member, ask you a question or whatnot, and I was accepted into the committee. So once you're in the committee, now you're anything that you do is not mandatory, so it's all voluntary. So when restorative justice 101 classes or 102 classes would come up, somebody would volunteer. We need a couple of volunteers for the class. So I had the time because I was finished with my treatment, so I had the opportunity to do either a morning or evening class. So I would volunteer. because other people, they had other jobs to do, so sometimes they couldn't fill those classes. Um, um, so I would do the classes. I would be asked to do restorative justice lectures to different programs in the Alina Lakes facility. We would do the fundraisers as well, and I don't know. I think does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Why is that? Why is restorative justice important to you?
Okay, well, it's giving back. It's my, I find this now today. I find it so rewarding to give back to the community where I was taking so much in my in those days back then. I was always volunteering. If I can help in any way, I have no problem with that. When I had uh, my last hearing, so I was continued for 36 months, and then so my hearing was on a Wednesday. So that Friday I had restorative justice class that I was supposed to be teaching. So I was continued for 36 months. Um, which was a surprise to me, of course. And so when they called me, that we usually have a meeting to figure out how we're going to run the class, whoever the volunteers were. And so when the lead facilitator actually called us down there, I was like, well, I'm not feeling very restorative justice today. But 2 seconds before I walked away from that desk, I turned around. I said, "Tell her I'm going to come down there." So I went down there, and I had my classes in the morning. And I said to myself, what I'm going through has nothing to do with the people that I'm going to interact with. It has nothing to do with them. So I can't take out my um, feelings out on them. You know, if I got an opportunity to help somebody, take care of that business and then deal with my situation later. And so not only did I run my class, I stayed and ran the evening class as well. Because I want to help. Why miss out on helping somebody when I got the opportunity and probably change somebody's path, and using my story as a way to implement that.
All right, thank you.
I just have one more quick question. Am I correct? You aren't in SOPT aftercare because it's not offered, right? Is that right?
That here?
It's not offered at Moose Lake.
No, ma'am. So once we complete SOTP, they want us to do a year aftercare. Well, we can do 6 months. They want us to do 6 months in the unit, and then if we get a job somewhere else, we have to do another 6 months outpatient. I was there for over 2 years. I stayed in the program because I was helping other guys get through the program. Oh, excuse me. It gave me the opportunity to keep getting support if I needed it. Because we have aftercare is classes once a week. Once a week. So it gave you the opportunity, if somebody was going through an issue, we can bring it up and talk it out in that class. And I found that very valuable. Even though I didn't have a whole lot of issues, but I felt that very valuable for me to have that on hand right then. And plus, I was the clerk for SOTP, so that's the reason why I was, another reason why I was there so long, because you're required to, if you're in the unit, you participate in some fashion, either the SOT aftercare, or they have it was another section of it too that I could act for, but I did the aftercare part. And they gave me the opportunity to help others get through the program. You got people that want to sign out, and it's too hard, and then I go to my teachings, why is it too hard? it seems like they targeting me. No, this is what they're trying to tell you, you know what I'm saying? Just think about it, process it, and, you know, don't rush into things. That impulsivity gets you in trouble every time. That's what got me in trouble.
Thank you.
All right, I want to just turn to Mr. McNeil. Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate that. I'd like to just turn to you, open the floor to you for any thoughts you have related to Mr. Harris.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, board members, for having me here today. Justin McNeil. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Begin Anew. For those of you that don't know, I know I've been in front of most of you before. And so we are a nonprofit recovery community organization that focuses on working with guys who are dealing with incarceration and eventually coming back into the community. And in the last handful of years, myself specifically, I've been working with a lot of guys serving life sentences, helping them prepare for these hearings, helping them build out their release plans. And it all started when I was working up in Moose Lake. And actually, Mr. Harris was one of the first people I started working with. I was just looking at my list and my notes today. And so they usually go up to Moose Lake 3 or 4 times a year, and we'll meet a bunch of guys, see what they have going on, offer them advice. And almost every single time I've got to meet with Mr. Harris. And from the very beginning, he was very forthcoming about why he was there, insights he's gained, the programming he was taking. I think more importantly than just I've taken a lot of programming, talking to me, and you've heard a lot about it today already, of what he's learned and about how he enjoys giving back and mentoring and hopefully helping people maybe not make the same mistakes he has. And it was been fairly easy to work with him because I hate to say it this way, he served a lot of time. Like you mentioned, this is his 4th hearing, 34 years in prison. It's a lot of time to think about what you did. And what I've noticed is he's used that time wisely. And a lot of the courses and things that he's a mentor or he's facilitated are anger management based, mentor based, conflict resolution, restorative justice. And I would think if you're that involved in those programs, or at least I would hope, and I see it in his case, that gives you insights to why you ended up in prison in the first place and ways that you can work on yourself. And I think today, I mean, these questions are absolutely needed. You know, they're very thought provoking and challenging questions. And I thought he did a really good job at answering them to the best of his abilities, and his insights on that. They weren't just simple yes or no answers. He went into depth, and as Andrew was talking, you know, you could kind of see him processing some of it in real time as it was going on too. And then another thing that really we just haven't mentioned today, because the guys all send me their plans and I help them edit it, is he has a pretty robust, he has, you know, written a good letter. He's also to the board, he also has a really robust reentry plan. He's got a support system. He's got employment waiting for, you know, when work release or after work release, you know, other addresses after work release ends. He's got a support system, you know, a handful of individuals that are outside of family. And I like to see that, because when someone goes into the community, it's that social support that when, and I also saw this in his plan, which I really like as well, as when stress comes, because it's going to be inevitable. Serving 34 years in prison and getting into the community, stress is a huge part of it, just because the world's coming at you so fast. And you even see he has a page in his release plan talking about how he plans to handle stress. And so I've just really seen him thinking about a lot of all the different aspects of what's going on, from, you know, why he did what he did, spending his time wisely in prison, and then what the community is eventually going to look like for him. And so sometimes when I go up to Moose Lake, there's some guys that it can be difficult to work with, because they still have a long way to go in their process. And I did not feel that when I've worked with Mark. It's been very, very easy, and it's been, you know, it's been a nice relationship doing this and being able to hopefully be there for him when release day comes, or when he starts to get to work release, because that's a big part of this. Is I like working with guys on the inside to help them figure out this process. But really where the magic happens is once we can start applying this to the real world, and then having that additional support of someone to call when stress happens, or you don't know how to navigate something, or you need to get connected to a resource you don't understand. Because we all know you can have all the resources written down in the world. It's really getting connected to them in the community and finding out which ones are good and which ones aren't so good when you do it. And that's a lot of what we do. And so I think that's mainly what I got covered here. So I appreciate you having me here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a support to Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
Yes, sir. I'd like to, I appreciate the questions that you, that the board has asked me. I want to thank you for giving me the time and thank Justin for, being here for me. You know, I'm not a very eloquent speaker. But I do the best that I can, you know, and I just hope that I would, convey to you, to the board that, you know, you know, I did these things not because I was given directives, because I started doing this, um, my programming back in the 90s. You know, I did it for me. You know, that was one of one of the light moments. You know, when I decided that I wanted to make changes and what I had to do to make those changes, and starting to go to these programs, um, gave me those insight and the tools that I needed to make those changes. Um, so, and I appreciate every moment of it, and I'm going to continue doing what I know to do to be a good person, and and I thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion. During the next discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'm going to open this to the board for discussion and next steps.
I have a question. When does he begin to do ECRC? At what point does that all start to happen?
When they are given the opportunity for release.
Bring your mic closer.
Sorry. When they get a date or when they get close to release, then they'll do the ECRC
I
and
see.
POR and all those things.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I'll kick it off for, if for no other reason, to initiate some conversation. I found Mr. Harris to have actually really, for me, I thought his insight was, I thought he demonstrated good insight. Some of the things that he kind of talked through, you know, to the point that was raised by, you know, regarding the quality of his release plan. I think he does have, you know, a really robust, well written release plan. You know, I guess at this point I would make a recommendation, or I'd make a motion to begin the step down process. With I guess I'd establish an 18-month continuance. If others want to advocate for alternatives, I'm certainly open to that as well.
So a motion on the table to deny parole and initiate step down with a continuance term of 18 months. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion.
I appreciate the motion and believe also that Mr. Harris should move toward step down. I know that there are a number of things that he needs to do beyond the release plan. Would wonder if that step down would include time and minimum, time and work release. You know, what would be envisioned between now and a consideration at the next hearing, should there be a consideration at that time for release? So I ask other board members for your thoughts.
And I apologize, Tony. Maybe I didn't understand the question.
Your motion is for step down. Is
Yes.
that specifically to minimum, then to work release? What are your thoughts?
Yes, yeah. So yeah, for purposes of clarification, yes, that would be my recommendation. In terms of the specific timeframes, I know one of the things that we've talked about before is, it takes time to get to minimum and all of that sort of stuff. So whether that's, in 9 months of minimum and then 6 months of work release, assuming that the transition to minimum would occur within the next 3 months. Like I don't have real hard dates in there, but to your point, Tony, yeah, it would be my intention that it be transition to minimum and to work release.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yes, and the second stands. That's clarifying.
Thank you.
Other thoughts? I would just say that, I'm supportive of initiating step down. I know that Mr. Harris had identified 3 to 6 months in minimum. I would not be supportive of that length of time. I would rather see additional time on the minimum side. And, I think to what you were just suggesting, Andrew, I think that notion of, that if it takes us 90 days to initiate this transfer, thereabouts, maybe it's less than that. That 9 months would be in minimum before he would move to the work release for whatever that remaining term would be, leading up to the 18-month hearing. I would feel better about that.
But you're supporting 18 months.
I'm supporting
continuance.
18 months,
Yeah.
but I just want to be clear, because I think one of the things that Mr. Harris had laid out in his plan was just a considerably shorter period of minimum placement, 3 to 6 months. And I would not be supportive of that. I'd like to see him manage that transition and change, and given his length of his incarceration, just even being a minimum for that longer period of time, experiences with different ICWIC crews, perhaps different setting and environments. I think all those things could be really beneficial.
Point of clarification, is 18 months a realistic time frame for accomplishing all that?
Yeah, I think if he could, I think he could do a move in 60 to 90 days to minimum, and then if he did 9 months, he would have roughly 6 months left. As Andrew was kind of talking it through, I think that's viable.
Thank you.
So the other thing I guess I would just say is that, obviously the expectation would be that he would remain discipline-free during that, and participate in any available proactive or pro-social programming that he would elect to, or would be available to him while he's in that program. So we have a motion and a second. And if there's no other discussion, I'll call the vote. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Carter.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. Harris, you are being moved to a step down. The team there will begin to work with you in terms of where that and what that looks like. Just want to be clear about one thing that I know you mentioned, Red Wing, and in your letter, and Lino's in there. They'll work with you in terms of where that what that minimum placement looks like, but that will be coming. And I would just again strongly encourage you to continue doing the work that you're doing. And you'll be coming back to the board in 18 months to have a different discussion, as long as that progress that you've demonstrated continues to move forward. Any questions about that?
No, sir, but thank you.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Anybody need a quick
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break on this side before we go back to Lino for Mr. Bryson.
Awful quiet. So they just, we could barely hear what Commissioner Shell was saying. I was wondering if we could turn the volume up a little. Yeah. It was just really soft. We could hear him say a couple sentences. Barely.
Is there a remote behind you?
No. So.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review James David Bryson, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lima Lakes. Mr. Bryson also has an advocate participating today, Mr. Kyle Manderfeld. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Tony Carter, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstad, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate on August 22nd, 2011, St. Cloud police were called on the report of an injured female. When officers arrived, they observed the victim with significant bruising and abrasions all over her body. She reported that she met the subject that night and he agreed to walk her home. Upon arriving at her apartment, he immediately began to assault her by striking her with his fists about her head and body. He also choked her to the point she believed she was going to die. He repeatedly sexually assaulted her. She repeatedly asked him to stop during the 2-hour assault and was eventually able to escape to an adjoining apartment. Officers observed the victim's apartment to be in disarray with blood and objects scattered about. In addition, James Bryson's jeans and wallet were found in her bedroom. Later, James Bryson was found in the Mississippi River. On November 1st of 2012, James David Bryson was sentenced to a life sentence for first-degree criminal sexual conduct in Stearns County District Court. Mr. Bryson has been previously reviewed one time by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel and was continued for a future review. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 14 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date will occur on August 19th of 2026. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bryson. How are you today? We need Lionel, can you mute on your side?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Commissioner Shell. How are you?
Thank you. First, I just want to make a statement here, just so that we're clear as we ask questions. I would ask that you not reference the victim by name, just as we go forward. If there are questions for which you'd answer, I would just ask that you not use the victim's name in the course of your response. I'd like to start first by asking you to describe for the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I am asking to receive immediate parole into the community. I feel that today's hearing is the ultimate culmination of 15 years of work on myself, the completion of a 15-year journey of self-improvement and discovery. I began this journey in 2011, while still in county jail awaiting trial for what I had done. It was at that moment that I declared to myself that I was going to be a better person. I made a commitment to myself that I would never do anything like this ever again, a promise that I did not want to ever harm another person. Since then, I have walked this new path, throwing myself into programming and educational plans that have afforded me the opportunity to both work on myself and to help others with their own development and growth. Since the beginning of my incarceration, I have typically attended many different types of support groups and programs each month, and also participated in many educational opportunities as well. Of the almost 5,375 days that I have been incarcerated so far, I have spent 4,000 of them in some kind of structured programming. That equates to my having spent 74% of my time in some kind of formal programming or activity. Most importantly, I did these things solely by my own choice. I feel confident in claiming that I did not really go to prison, and that I have in fact been enrolled in college for a very long time. I have always strived to reject the mindset and actions of an incarcerated person and to instead keep the perspective of a community member. This level of programming engagement is unheard of and I feel constitutes a one-of-a-kind effort on my part. I do not believe that anyone has ever presented so much effort so soon in their incarceration. During my time here, I have also served as a witness in a criminal case on behalf of the state. And I feel that this action demonstrates that I am a genuine community member and leaves no question as to what I would do if I discovered wrongdoing while in the community. At my last parole hearing, I was given 4 mandates, and I have completed all of them. I have run out of opportunities to attend programs here at medium custody, and I would like to, at the very least, receive a presumptive parole date and be moved on to minimum security so that I can continue my release planning. Planning that at this point cannot realistically progress any further until I receive a release date so I can interact and engage with organizations in the community and make my release plans a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bryson, I'd like to just start by asking you to kind of lay out your perspective on the reason that you were given the continuance that you were given last time. How would you answer that question?
Well, I believe one of the most important factors was I hadn't completed sex offense specific treatment at that time. And so there needed to be sufficient time for me to complete that treatment program. And I suppose also at that time, I was still very, suppose perhaps focused on the wrong things. I just wasn't quite as focused on the survivor of the offense and of the growth I still needed to do to really be considered for parole at that time.
So when you think about this relative to, your sense of the impact on the person you harmed, what new insights have you gained over the course of time?
I would say chiefly I really internalized just the terrible just hurt that I caused the survivor of my offense. I realized the emotional and psychological distress that's come along with the physical actions that caused physical injury. I've learned a lot more about the ripple effect of how my actions have harmed the survivor's family, of how they've harmed the greater community as a whole. I've learned a lot about how I harmed my family by being absent from their lives. I just can only offer a sincere apology again and say how sorry I am for what I did and all the pain that I caused. I'd like to take that opportunity just to offer that apology again.
So when you think about the harm you caused, there's been some change here. You started off by, I think, kind of describing not really remembering the totality of it, having experienced in some of a blackout. Is that accurate?
That's true. Yep. Yes.
And why was that your response kind of early on?
Well, early on, I'd say that came from feelings of shame and guilt relating to what I'd done. And it was really more just of a defense mechanism to try to explain to myself how I'd done something so terrible. And one of the big aspects I worked on in SOTP in that area was my treatment group I was in had some other men making similar claims, and the therapist that ran our group, explained to all of us that, many people do initially make those claims, but it's usually because they feel shame about what they did, or they wish to put up a wall or a barrier between their actions and themselves. And when I heard that and realized that's what I was doing, that made it okay for me to accept that I'd done what I'd done, and to really to further explore other aspects of myself and the offense that I committed.
You come across as quite sure of yourself. Where does that come from?
Everything about being sure about myself is just a desire to show confidence and certainty in myself and in my ability, and to hopefully communicate what I'm trying to communicate effectively so that I can be understood. I just have a real desire to demonstrate that I'm ready and that I'm a changed man. I just hope to be understood and comprehended by other people. But it's just confidence.
Okay, so let me ask about this. Is there in your view kind of any kind of connection between empathy and humility?
I would say absolutely, because I don't think someone can truly have empathy unless they also possess some humility to understand that they're on the same level as other people and that their actions, thoughts, and behaviors can wound another person even if they don't mean to. And so I believe there absolutely is a connection between the two things. And I would never ever want to be thought of as not humble. So if I'm not coming across as humble, please tell me so I can adjust my behavior and absolutely demonstrate. So I like to think of myself as a humble and kind person, and hopefully not arrogant.
But I mean, and again, it's not my place to judge, what you feel. At the same time, I gotta say that, like, when I hear stuff like never has anyone demonstrated or done the level and depth of program, whatever the exact words were, that comes across as, and I'm not disputing the fact that you've done a considerable amount of programming. But it seems, for me, it seemed to be a bit of a lack of humility in that, in the sense that, discussing what you've done and what you've learned. But I think I just want to say that I was taken aback by that a little bit, and struck by that, out of the chute. When you looked at the comprehensive risk assessment, what stuck out to you most in the context of your review of that?
I was very pleased with my comprehensive risk assessment. I felt it was a very good one. I liked being acknowledged for my breakthroughs in treatment. I really enjoyed reading about my work with other people at the life sentence group and my mentoring officially and unofficially with them. I was very pleased and very proud to read that people saw to me as a group leader. And I really liked reading the change over the 3 years, particularly with SOTP staff and the life sentence group staff, saying how I become a leader of the group. And
there's a couple of different places where, there's assessments of risk. Were there any things that stuck out to you relative to assessments of risk, and that you'd like to comment on?
I suppose in that area, yeah, I noticed at first that historically I was given a higher risk level from the offense that I had committed. And I was also very happy to see that because of the things I've been working on myself with and the development I've put into myself and the insights I've had, I've been able to lower my risk level down to a low level. And that, I just think the change is right there. It shows how I had arrived with a higher risk level, and how through working on myself and learning tools and participating in groups with others, I have transformed myself as a person and moved down to a low risk level.
When you looked at like, in particular, the risk assessments relative to sexual offending, and these are the actuarial sides of the assessment, the MinSAS puts you at lower risk of reconviction within 4 years. What about the static 99? Did that strike you as an area of question?
Absolutely. I was devastated to read that I was ever given an above average risk level in any area. And it's definitely cause for me to think about the historic behaviors that granted such a level at one point. And
Okay.
it does upset me that I can't actually lower my static 99 because they are historic things that have already happened.
Static factors, correct. So you talked about this notion of immediate release, and that you're ready for immediate release. Why should we look at immediate release, and what are the factors that you think that should lead us to feel comfortable with you being treated in a dissimilar way that would be more typical? How should we think about that, and why it would make more sense for James Bryson to be immediately paroled versus other more typical ways?
Thank you for your question. Immediately, I would say the strength of my release plan and my community support is one of the biggest factors I'd cite. I have found a charity that runs a restaurant that would be willing to employ me as soon as I arrive. And I've found through that similar charity a number of educational opportunities that I can take up right away. And so I would hate to have any delay that would prevent me taking up employment and participating in additional educational activities. I've found my aftercare group that I would like to go to, and I'd love to get into the aftercare, into the community as quickly as possible. I also have my family waiting to be with me. My mother has relocated to the United States and has a house for the two of us to live in with my grandmother. And I would hate to miss out on any more time with my mother and grandmother. And I need them in my life, and they need me around them too. And then I have extended family who are waiting for me to come home as well. Form of aunts, uncles, cousins. And I've built a support circle of other people, including friends who are very interested in getting involved with me and that I want to have deeper interactions with. And again, my request for immediate release, I really hope people don't think I'm arrogant, but I did feel that I've worked for it and I deserve it. And it would communicate a clear message that men who come to prison and give their best shot and participate and do the things requested of them from day one can actually receive an immediate release, and that it is something in theory that other men can shoot for as well. And I would just love to be the example other people can follow behind, and I would just love to just walk a path that others can follow behind me, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I would open the floor to other board members to ask questions of Mr. Bryce.
Mr. Bryson, I first of all, I want to say you've done great work. You've done so much programming, and kudos to you for that. I was reading your letter, and there was a sentence in there that really struck me, and it said, quote, "I think it's important that I take the time to explain a little bit about my life prior to committing my offense and the night that led up to my offense, so that everyone can understand my actions that night." And that, I guess I don't know what you meant by that. To me, it sounded a little bit like, so I can justify what I did that night. What, could you talk more about that, please?
Absolutely, that wasn't my intention at all. My intention there was to find a venue to share some insights and factors in my life and my environment that I think were absolutely essential to creating the man and the situation that basically built up to the situation where I committed this terrible crime. And I apologize that my sentence came across in a way that was absolutely not intended. I was just trying to be polite and straightforward and share the insights into myself and into my actions. And that was my only desire there. I just wanted to share the growth I've had over the last 15 years and the last 3 years in particular, because it's a lot to unpack. And I did worry coming in here that I would struggle to share just the 18 months of SOTP development, let alone the 15 years of things I've done in other programs. And so that was just my attempt to bring everyone up to speed in a manner that just would explain, at least partially, how I understand how I came to commit the offense that I committed. I just wanted everyone to be able to understand. So I was just trying to reach for clarity.
And so you wanted us to understand, like you were striving so much and working so hard and all the tension in your life, and that kind of led to the sexual assault.
Absolutely,
right?
and more importantly, my inability to process my emotions, to share them, to ask other people for help, to view other people as my equals, to view myself as equal to other people. There were just so many factors that have come to my attention that I've explored, and I just wanted to understand. I wanted people to understand the growth and the development that I've made, how I came
have
to the
one-
understandings.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Oh, I
mean to
apologize.
interrupt.
Oh, it's okay. I just wanted to state that was how I came to understand the crime I committed and the environment, the factors that made me who I am today, how I can avoid ever offending again. Thank you.
One more quick question. You said very little about your father, said a lot about your mother. You just a few sentences in the whole thing about your father. What can you tell us about your father?
Well, my father did love me very much. Unfortunately, he died in the run-up to my last hearing, and because he lived in the United Kingdom, I was unable to have any more visits with him. My last visit with my father before he died was over the JPay kiosk. My mother was able to hold the laptop to sort of direct it so I could look at him on the couch as he was nearing death from cancer that had come from nowhere. And so that's the reason for the lack of mentioning my father. He's unfortunately no longer alive. He had played quite a supportive role in my youth. And obviously I didn't write a lot about him in the letter because he isn't around anymore, and I was trying to focus on what I thought were the important factors that led up to me committing my crime and my other plans for things in the community that I can do.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryson,
What-
again,
Yeah, the mic a little closer.
thank you for the work that you've done. I think that's very important that you've taken responsibility to improve yourself. I am particularly struck by the extreme brutality and violence and the ongoing actions and the offense that you did that night. And it makes me want to ask, given all of the courses you've taken and all of the understandings that you've developed, which is important, what has fundamentally changed about you, Mr. Bryson, such that not only would that not happen, but that you'd catch yourself and you'd find yourself unable to move through any such actions at that point? What was missing then that is present today in large enough factor to ensure us there's no chance that such a thing would happen or that it would be so brutal, so awful, and so ongoing?
Absolutely. I think I would state to begin with that I absolutely have learned that I need the help and support and interaction of others, and that I need to ask for people around me for their help. And I need to start to recognize when I'm struggling, and even if people are not willing to support me or listen or understand me, the burden falls on me to state to those people that no, I do need your help right now. This is the help I need from you. These are the feelings that I'm having. This is the struggle I'm going through. This is why this is not working for me. This is how you could help me best, or you could help me to help myself in the best way. I think one of the things they teach us about in the program is core beliefs. And at the time of my offense, I had held a core belief that people are interchangeable. And that played a huge role in my not viewing other people as my peers. And now I view myself and others as no longer interchangeable. And I see the specific worth each person, including myself, has to the whole of society. And so I'm unwilling to not engage with other people. I'm unwilling to not see other human beings as equal. I'm unwilling to not see myself as a full participant in the community. And I've just changed my whole outlook on life. I love being friendly and open and communicating with people. Um, I love sharing my experiences with some of the younger men I work with in education, and watching them sort of grow in the same way that I have. And I just enjoy contributing to other people and to society. And I hope it makes sense when I say I feel like I'm a more complete person and I'm more plugged in just to the whole essence of a community now. And so there's no danger of me becoming isolated or allowing myself to be isolated or allowing myself to believe I'm a unique or different or special person. I'm human like everyone else. I'll need breaks and time off, and I need to set realistic goals and make time for other people. And it's not all about me, but at the same time, I matter too, and I can never allow myself to be burned out and overwhelmed to the point that I cannot cope anymore. So I've learned both my own limitations, and I've learned how to ask for help, and I've learned the value of myself to others and others to me. I've learned also how to seek out the correct people at the correct time. I mean, I hope that makes sense for you, ma'am.
Yes, you've apologized, and I appreciate that you saw fit to do that. Can you reflect for a moment with us on the victim's life beyond that moment, what you imagine and what you hope?
Obviously, I do imagine that I caused her a great deal of harm and suffering in a number of ways because of my behavior. I think it's fair to say I probably did derail her life, at least in the immediacy. I mean, I hope my words don't come across as empty at all, but I do genuinely hope that she has been able to move forward from what I did, and that she is a happy and fulfilled community member, just like I hope to be one day. And again, I can, as empty as it might sound, all I can offer is my humble and genuine, sincere apology. And I know that doesn't erase what I did, and it it doesn't feel equal even to explain the deed, but I truly am sorry. I don't ever want to offend against another person again.
Other members have questions?
Yeah, I did have a question. Mr. Bryson, a couple of questions. So, and maybe I'm looking for some clarification to help me understand within your letter to the board, you describe in fairly significant detail the demeanor of the victim in the moments leading up to the offense. And I'm why do you include that language in there? And specifically, there's a section where you talk about a phone being broken or a phone not working, and the victim becoming cold and irritable. And then shortly thereafter, the horrific offense occurs. Why do you include that language?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. The reason there was to explain again the why of why I committed my offense, and it was absolutely monumental to me to have been receiving so much what I felt was attention and so much what I felt was positive interaction. And then to have all that taken away in that instance was immensely painful to me. And it led to feelings of frustration, rage, anger, of frustration of having been cheated. And even though those feelings are not true, they're not valid, that was what the feeling that just crashed on top of me. And that was the straw that perhaps to an outsider, I can never communicate the hurt that I felt at that moment because of what I was perceiving. But I was just again trying to explain emotionally how I became into such a state that I committed the offense that I did. And it was nothing that the survivor did that gave me permission to do that. It was my inability to deal with basically emotions and feelings that just I was unable to comprehend. And a lot of that stemmed from a number of failed sort of romantic relationships that I talked about extensively in SOTP through a specific assignment about them, where I examined how I was never forward enough about my true intentions and feelings with my romantic partners, and how our failure to communicate just led to us not having proper relationships that could really be enriching and fulfilling. And because I was able to really feel genuine, or at least what I perceived to be genuine warmth and friendship from a person, that feeling that I had was just so powerful, and for that to just disappear was devastating for me. And I was again just trying to help people to understand what the thinking was that led to me committing this crime and how I came to be in that situation. And then just I mean, I feel like I understand where you're coming from, because it's hard to understand why I did this and why I would choose to share those things. It just seemed like perhaps the only way that I would be able to openly share the emotional weight of something that weighs on me very heavily, and that at the time was just a hugely overpowering emotion.
And the warmth and friendship that you're describing, that's with a person that you had met about 10 hours previous?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So my other question, so the other thing, you talk about this very full schedule leading up, and one of the things that I'm struck a little bit by is like your release plan. I would also categorize is it's very detailed and very full. I'm struck a little bit, and I guess I'm just kind of interested in your insight. So you kind of not necessarily indicating, cause and effect, but you talk about this full schedule and all the stress and all of that. Do you have concerns that your release plan, with all that you appear to want to accomplish, puts you right back in the same risk environment that what was a contributing factor to the commission of this horrific offense?
yeah, I can absolutely see how someone could perceive that, and I've pondered that with myself many times. In the treatment program that we're in, we take an entire class called relapse prevention planning. And that's a 90-day class where we do nothing but work on our release plan and our relapse prevention plan. And that's how it came to be so detailed. The biggest factors I think that will make it so this plan isn't overwhelming for me is because I have a clearly laid out clearly laid out plan. I know at each step specifically what I will be doing at any specific time. And also a huge strength of these written plans is I can just turn at any page to a risk factor and a specific intervention that I can use at any moment. And so that's the reason for the level of detail. And then beyond those things, I recognize my limits much more now, and I have so much more support, and I'm so much more willing to ask for that support and to ask for that clarity. And I mean, the All Square group I'm intending to work with has a mental health release planner that they offer that I can work with to get specific professional support. And that would be in addition to the aftercare group that I'm in and my family and friends. And so while it does look like a lot, and it, I think is a very ambitious plan, I have a lot of things prepared as backups and also support so that if things do start to go wrong, I have many, many, many people I can reach out to, and many, many, many people that can hold me accountable or offer pointers or just say, you know, James, I don't think you're doing as well. I don't think you're taking some me time. Maybe it's time for a day off. Maybe you just need to sit for a while. And again, the level of detail is just an attempt to be as prepared as possible. So I do appreciate your concerns.
You mentioned your support system, and I know you cite several family members as being, you know, heavily involved in that sort of role. Who outside of that do you have as a to fill that role, to be the one that can say, hey, this isn't okay, like there's something going on here? Who outside of your family do you have?
Immediately, I have a number of friends who I've corresponded with for many years. They're really excited to getting back involved with me personally a lot more. There was a young woman in particular who I have written a lot of letters with. She had written a support letter. Unfortunately, it got lost in the system this time. This is actually her second time writing. She's been in my life for several years now, so I'll be able to have a lot more contact with her. I have countless people that I've met while in the treatment program that I'm in. I can reach out to those people. I believe I'm going to make friends very quickly. All of the success I've had meeting people while in prison has really led me to believe that as soon as I start enrolling in aftercare and I enroll in college and start taking classes and going to work, I'm going to meet a lot of other people in addition who are going to want to spend time with me and support me. I plan for lots of hobbies and interests I can become involved in, and lots of activities I can do socially with people. So I do believe I'll have a lot of very specific people that I can reach. And I don't know if people saw in the back of my release plan, I listed at least 4 separate people with their names, addresses, and phone numbers can be found in my support people and contact info in the back of my plan.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryson, did I understand you correctly earlier when asked about the impact of your crime on the victim, that you said you hope that she was happy and fulfilled as a community member, just as you hope to someday be? Was that the essence of what you said?
Yeah, I believe that's what I meant with regard to her now, I hope.
Have you ever fathomed the fact that there might be a lifelong impact of the crime you committed against her, that she will never be able to be happy and fulfilled as a person who hasn't gone through the brutality that you inflicted on her has had?
Absolutely, I do think of that often. It is a thought that brings me a lot of sadness and a lot of pain and a lot of shame. And it was a topic that we did talk about in treatment. I mean, one of the assignments I think that might pertain to this was the questions survivors ask assignment, which I talked about in the letter. I continue to think of the survivor of my offense often. It's not something that I take lightly at all.
I'm not talking about thinking about the survivor of your offense. I'm talking about the lifelong impact that the brutality you inflicted on her has caused, such that she may never be happy and fulfilled as you might be someday when you get out of prison. That's what I'm talking. You don't have to answer. I just wanted to clarify what I was referring to.
Okay,
The
thank
other
you.
thing that I wanted to ask you about was in your letter. It looks to me from reading your letter, you said the following: I was going to have fun and I was determined to experience unfettered freedom. That was why you left Chipotle, where your folks had taken you or had tried to take you, and you wanted to go. You wanted to have unfettered fun. And then when the party wasn't as fun as you thought it would be, you tried to call two separate friends, women, letting them know you were in town and wanted to meet up, and you felt rejected by them. And then you use as another rationale for what was going on in your head that although it was earlier in the night, the victim had accidentally burned you with a cigarette when you were kissing. Although a minor incident and not the victim's fault, this could have potentially caused me to have subconscious resentment toward her. Those all sound to me like you're not taking personal responsibility, and that you went into that evening with an idea that you were going to have fun at any expense, including your victims. I don't understand why you included those comments. It sounds to me like you were looking for excuses other than taking personal responsibility for your actions.
Okay, immediately I apologize for coming across that way. It absolutely wasn't my intention. Uh, Again, those factors that I listed there were just things that to me were incredibly powerful, and that to me they meant the world. And I take great understanding from the reason that I committed my offense because of those reasons, that those were the emotional forces at play at that moment on me. They were topics actually that we talked about extensively in the treatment program I was in. And so that was why I listed them. I was just again an attempt to be clear about the factors that helped create the emotional storm that led to me committing the crime. It was not in any way an attempt to shift blame or to evade responsibility. I just again was trying to share a complete picture of myself, my mindset, my actions, and my environment. And that was again just an attempt to communicate clearly so that people would hopefully understand where I was coming from. And I absolutely apologize for coming across in a manner that wasn't taking responsibility. I just wanted to communicate that I was aware of the impact things had had on myself and warning signs that I need to look out for.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Bryson. Thank you. I have one quick question. Have you seen a mental health therapist regularly?
I have. I made from the initial time I came to prison, I made major use of mental health professionals. I saw
When-
them routinely.
When
in
was the
St.
last time?
It was not that long ago because I just from having only just recently completed SOTP, I had really regular contact with my therapist, and also I was always in the periphery with psychiatrists and psychologists, interacting with people like that. And I do intend to hook up with the mental health support, and there's plenty of other resources that I've listed in my release plan. So I intend to continue to be involved with mental health.
Thank you.
I have one final question, Mr. Bryson, thank you. Quite often,
closer.
once again, quite often we look at remorse and the expressions of apology as better expressed in actions than in words. Can you please share? I was just looking through and I couldn't find, but you may have put it there in your release plan, what your intentional service will be in returning to community and in honoring your victim and serving to show that remorse and other feelings you have.
Absolutely. One of the immediate things I'd like to do is begin tutoring people in English. I studied a foreign language while I was in prison, and I have an MBA. And so those things would allow me to become a tutor very quickly. Working with my supervisor here in the prison, I've actually identified a few colleges that would potentially be willing to hire me, and they're places I absolutely will be looking into to work and volunteer in a regard teaching languages to people. A friend and I have plans to plant trees, just as a very simple method where we can give back by just putting trees into the earth and beautifying our environments. Those are two of my most concrete plans that I have. And I, of course, would like to try to continue to be involved in restorative justice opportunities. I think when I get involved with the charity I want to be involved in, I'll find a lot of opportunities to help other men who have just been released from prison, because the charity provides work and educational opportunities to recently incarcerated people and impacted people. And I really get a feeling that I'll be able to take an important role there in helping other men transition to the community. And so I think those are three very solid things I can think of immediately that I'd like to do.
Thank you for sharing.
Mr. Bryson, there was, I think back in 23, there was a request to transfer custody from the U.S. to the United Kingdom. It sounds like, you've had some, family and social supports there. Where are your biggest clusters of familial social support? And
Right now,
so
it's
like
in Minnesota, and the Hennepin County area of Minnesota, and that's where I intend to parole to and where I intend to
Right.
stay.
And that, so I'm just trying to get an understanding of like, because the UK was at least a part, did that change? And I think it said that at least indicated for the time being, I think was that you have a stable network here and you plan to remain in the state for the time being. Is there a thought of transfer and do you have a citizenship status in the UK?
I do have citizenship status in the United Kingdom. Right now, it's not something I'm probably going to look into for a number of years. I do intend to stay in Minnesota for the foreseeable future right now, because I've constructed a really solid network here. And I believe that paroling to the community in Hennepin County is probably what's best for me. And I really have put a lot of effort into making a solid release plan. So that's what I'm going to be following for the time being. For probably at least 5 to 10 years, I intend to be in Minnesota.
Okay. And did you come here? Were you in the UK and came here for school? Is that how you?
In essence, my family moved here for work, and I did some schooling at that time because my family had moved here. And
Okay. Okay. And do you have a legal status here in the US?
I'm also a US citizen in addition to being a United Kingdom citizen.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. I'm going to also, at this point, turn to your advocate and support person, Mr. Manderfield, and open the floor for you. Thank you for being here today. And I'm going to open the floor to you to share your thoughts with regard to Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to the board for having me today. I met James about a year ago. He had reached out looking for some assistance in scheduling this exact hearing. And in getting to know him, I was immediately struck by his thoughtfulness and his positive attitude and desire to contribute. We've been pen pals of sort ever since. In getting to know James, it's been clear that he's a Department of Corrections success story. As you're all aware, many men who are given indeterminate life sentences, they give up and they fall deeper and deeper into a criminal lifestyle that got them to the DOC in the first place. And prison can be an easy place to do this. There's bad influences, there's restlessness, loss of purpose. So many factors that can lead an incarcerated folk away from the path of corrections. James' record clearly shows that he's avoided all of these pitfalls. His record during his extended time here at the DOC, his record shows that he's been committed to bettering himself in every way that the Department of Corrections has allowed him to do so. He's put in thousands of hours of programming. He's gotten a master's degree, a paralegal certificate, again, in an attempt to better himself and to be able to contribute in the future. And I know that the board has expressed some concerns about the fact that perhaps his release plan is so intricate and so detailed that he may just wind up overwhelming himself again if he were out, if he were released. In conversations that I've had with James, I've expressed some of those same questions. Are you sure you want to go to law school? Are you sure that given some of the circumstances that led to the crime that occurred, are you sure you want to put that on yourself? And he's expressed quite impressive understanding to me of, if law school doesn't work out, or if I'm met with obstacles that I don't foresee today, the biggest change is that I'm willing to ask for help. And so I think some of the comments that Mr. Schnell made at the beginning of the hearing about humility and some of the questions he had about humility, I can see where those questions come from. But I guess from my perspective and in my conversations that I've had with James, I have no doubt that he is a far more humble person than he was when he committed this offense. I recently went through law school, recently took the bar exam, and am a new lawyer. So I can sympathize with, the fact that life can be overwhelming. And obviously this isn't about me today, but it's been a big source of personal growth for myself to be able to go to therapy, ask for help, admit when I'm feeling overwhelmed. And I can confidently attest that James has had those same realizations and has that ability to ask for help that he perhaps didn't have or didn't feel that he needed back in 2011. One thing that stood out to me when I was reviewing the materials before today's hearing was the materials that were put together by Stearns County. It struck me that they believe that James is irredeemable. They recycled the same materials from 2023 and didn't look into any, or didn't even really interrogate any of the potential growth places that James may have had in the last 3 years. As the board knows, James has gone through sex offender treatment program in these last 3 years, and he's made incredible strides. So today I ask that the board doesn't find James irredeemable. My hope is that the board sees James as someone who is ready to contribute to our society. He's got all the intelligence and all the skills in the world, and I think that that comes across pretty clearly. The big change is the humility, is the understanding that he can't do everything, and that he's not a person, like he said, who is above other people. He recognizes that he needs help, and he's no longer afraid to ask for that. I'm confident in the truth of that, through the extensive conversations and letters that James and I have exchanged. So I guess what I ask from this board is that they consider some of the growth that James has undergone in the last 15 years, but more importantly, in the last 3 years, that they grant his release back into the community so that he can contribute to our community in the way that I know he has a burning desire to do.
Thank you. And thank you again for being here and for being a support to Mr. Bryson. Mr. Bryson, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to provide any final comments.
Yeah, I would just take this time to again offer a sincere apology to the survivor of my offence, to offer that same apology to the family of my survivor, to my own family, to the community at large, to all the first responders that had to respond to the horrific things that I did. I just would like to thank everyone that supported me, and thank you all for hearing my hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion. And as we move to deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion of next steps.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, deny parole. Maybe move to medium. I could be persuaded by step down if others feel passionate about it or
The
think it's
minimum, you mean?
important, but
To minimum, did you say?
medium. If others wanted step down, I'm open, but I think at this point, medium and probably move to get a different experience. But the most important thing to me is mental health treatment of, I don't think SOPT did it or aftercare. I think he just lacks empathy and he wants to get out and start dating again. And I would worry about that.
So he is currently in a medium. So you're saying another
Move to
medium
another
site.
medium.
Okay, just a change of scenery kind of option. And okay.
I will second that.
Was that, did you want to move that as a
Yeah.
straight? Okay, as
Deny
a motion,
parole.
deny parole. And then was there a term of continuance? Was there?
2 years.
All right, and then board member Carter, was that?
I will second that.
And in the context of that, then to look at, I heard mental health treatment or resources or involvement in that, and a change in facility placement to test how he manages those transitions. Is that kind of?
Could we add to that sober support group and aftercare programming, which were recommended?
I'll take it.
That's second holds.
And I agree with what Chris said. I think one of the things that struck me is some of the interpersonal challenges that are even described within the risk assessment, problems with roommates, those sorts of things. I think those are real risk factors that do require work, and hopefully is something that he can devote some time and energy to before his next hearing. Because I think that there is certainly a connection between that and some of the comments that he made and just things that occurred prior to the offense.
I'd like to share that I don't think any of us feel that Mr. Bryson is unredeemable. I think that he's in a process and that he's in a journey that needs to continue right now. I too am concerned about some of the inflexibility, some of the rigidity, which shows up as an advantage in many ways, but which I think does need to be addressed during a continuance. I would love to see Mr. Bryson back again with additional insight around those interpersonal relationships and issues that we've read about and would like to feel far more confident of. I would endorse the continuing search for mental health treatment that can address those areas. And I believe that Mr. Bryson can move along within that continuance.
All right, there is a motion and a second. There are a number of things have been mentioned, and it would go without saying, and not likely an issue as it has not been, but that he would remain discipline-free. So with that, I will call the vote to the motion. Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Carter,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Chanel votes yes. Mr. Bryson, you've heard the discussion here today. We will send a letter that will detail some of this. You will work with the program review team there to help identify a transfer location that would allow you to test and the just movement and the transitions that go along and how you manage that, which I think can be beneficial. Any questions about this?
Oh, no, thank you for your decision.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir. All right, we will then move into the last hearing. Yep. Going to Lionel Lakes. We're just transitioning. For those waiting or online, we're just transitioning the room here, so it'll be just a few minutes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me at Lionel Lakes?
We need you to unmute that Lionel. We can hear you. All right, there we go.
Okay, thank you
Gotcha.
very much. I appreciate it. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Ronald Lindsay Reed, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lionel Lakes. Mr. Reed also has his advocate, his brother, Mr. Dwayne Reed, participating today. Thank you for coming, sir.
You're welcome.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Tony Carter, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate on May 22nd, 1970, at approximately 12:37 a.m., St. Paul police officer James T. Sackett Sr. was murdered while responding to an emergency maternity call for help at a residence in St. Paul. Following the murder of Officer Sackett, investigators learned that the killers had used the emergency maternity call for help as a ploy to draw police officers to the residence. 2 police officers responded to the call. Officer Sackett knocked on the front door of the residence, but did not get any response. The other police officer went to the rear of the residence, while Officer Sackett remained at the front door. A loud gunshot was heard, and when Officer Sackett's partner returned to the front door, he found Officer James T. Sackett Sr. mortally wounded. Officer Sackett sustained a single gunshot wound to the chest. During the course of the investigation, Ronald Reed and Larry Clark became suspects. Many years went by before investigators were able to build a case against Ronald Reed and Larry Clark. Ronald Reed was subsequently placed under arrest on March 6th of 2005. On March 1st of 2006, Mr. Reed was sentenced to life imprisonment in Ramsey County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. This is a pre-1980 guideline case which is subject to good time. Ronald Reed has been previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel and the Supervised Release Board, and has been continued for a future review each time. Today's review represents his 4th review after serving approximately 22 years of incarceration, which does include the credit for time served granted by the courts of 410 days. At the time of his offense, a life sentence called for a minimum of 17 years incarceration. Mr. Reed's minimum parole eligibility date occurred on September 16th of 2021. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. How are you today?
Good.
I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
First, good afternoon, Commissioner Snell and board members. Thank you for allowing me to my request for early review hearing. If it's okay, I'd like to make a brief remark before I respond to the question.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you. I believe that I've demonstrated for a substantial period of time that prior to my incarceration and throughout the course of my incarceration, that I have been and can be law-abiding, productive, and an asset to wherever I reside. And if given an opportunity to return to my home in St. Paul, Minnesota, I'm committed to serving and uplifting that community as well. In response to your question, it's my hope that the board will give me mercy and grace in the form of granting my request for parole. And also, if necessary, that the board would recommend that I be placed in Lino Lake's minimum security unit for the processing of my transition back into the community as soon as possible.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to just start out by talking a little bit about what this process has been like for you and what insights you've gained over the course of the past 22 years.
Well, when I came into prison, prior to my incarceration, I was responsible and productive. I was gainfully employed. I had a family. I owned a home and property. And I was active in my church community. I was chairperson of the community block club. I was also the president of the Watts Club in my community. I did service work. I did a great deal of service work. Cook County Jail. I served in Cook County Jail as a volunteer for over 15 years. I've attended many hospitals, treatment centers, carrying a message of recovery and redemption. On the night I was arrested, I just returned from the Cook County Jail where I was volunteering. So when I came into prison, I was committed to making that same mindset. I didn't fall into the prison culture. I continued to conduct myself on a daily basis, the same way that I had prior to coming to prison. I served my fellow peers and working in the mental health unit for probably over 15 years. I've worked with them in the mental health unit, mentoring persons, taking care of persons. As of late, for the past 6 years, I've been enrolled in the PFA program, Prison Fellowship Program. I graduated from the program, and I remain active as a grad. And presently, I'm a clerk. And so what I learned was that I learned about the rippling effect. I learned to appreciate, or maybe that's not the right word, but I became keenly aware of the rippling effect of a crime of that magnitude, how it affects the family, pain and suffering that the family caused the family, aware of how it affected my family, my children, and my community. So I became very much aware, and I realized that that all I could do was to make sure that going forward, that I would be someone who would add to the community, that I would be someone who would be of service. And from day one, from entering the institution, I've always worked to carry myself and conduct myself as an elder, the way I was raised. I was always trying to uplift people. Rather than complain and feel sorry for myself and are entitled, I just took on the mindset of serving others. And so the insight I have is just probably just been, it's more deepened that I'm not the monster that the media and people have portrayed me to be. And I feel that and hope that people would judge me by my fruits, by my works, and not by narratives of people that I've never met, but I'm also aware of how they feel as well. I love my family. I love my creator. I love my community. And I love all those who hate me. I love them as well. And that's probably my attitude is that I want to continue serving people and uplifting people in any way that I'm given an opportunity to do so.
Thank you for that. I know that when we last met, there was some considerable discussion at that point in time about the innocence claims, the fact that you indicated that you were not involved in the shooting, that you were not the shooter. If you were not, and do you know who was?
Well, I don't know because I wasn't present. So I wouldn't know for a fact. You know, I've heard rumors of different people, but I wouldn't know for a fact, and it would just be hearsay. I didn't participate and I wasn't present at the time the crime happened.
I think there was, I saw some record of, there was discussion about the issue of the conviction being in part around the conspiracy to commit. And do you believe that you have any role in conspiring for around this crime?
No, to the contrary. At that time, I would always try to avoid anything. I knew the difference between right and wrong, and I knew what was lawful and what was unlawful. I was active in the community. I was outspoken. But it's in regards to something that would be of a criminal nature, I refuse to participate. In regards to aiding and abetting or conspiring, if I did, I didn't know it. I don't know. I didn't knowingly do it. I was talking to my brother a moment ago that when I was a child, I was 3 years old. I recall my brother and my oldest brother, my mother sent us to the grocery store. And unbeknownst to me, my older brother had, I guess he had taken something that he wasn't supposed to take. And so when I returned home, my mother immediately confronted us and took us back to the grocery store and made my brother return it. And she scolded us, and she scolded me. And even though I had no knowledge of him taking it, she told me that I was just as guilty because I was with them at the time that he took the item. And I failed probably to be mindful of that sometimes association can bring on assimilation and participation. But I knowingly did not participate in the murder of Officer Sackett.
I want to be clear. I don't want to spend a lot of time focused on case facts, because that is outside the scope of this body's authority or role. But oftentimes, the issue of acceptance of responsibility does weigh, in these cases. How that said, we also know that the research indicates that acceptance of responsibility is not necessarily a factor in future success consideration. So I just want to be clear about that, but I wanted to at least raise it as we address this. The challenge to the fact that there are some who believe that you reflect and may represent a risk to public safety. And what's your response to that?
Well, I would ask, what evidence of that, other than the crime that occurred 56 years ago, I don't know it's my understanding that the police, chief of police had input into this hearing, and the county attorney and OSI. And to my knowledge, there's no one there's no information that ever came forward regarding that. But in regards to your question about responsibility, what I can say is that on the morning after the crime occurred, I learned that my girlfriend, Constance Trimble, had placed that fake call. And we learned on the news that the call led to that police officer's murder. And we both were shocked that it occurred, and we were confused and afraid that we didn't know what to do. And we were afraid that if we came forward, that we would be held responsible for it. Or that we would be ostracized by our community. So the responsibility that I would accept is that I should have come forward. But at the particular time, my fear and understanding of the relationship with law enforcement at that time, I feared. And Connie was tried and acquitted. And then I was ultimately, and I believe that at the very beginning that I was singled out because of my relationship to Connie. And that I was always considered a suspect, and from the very beginning. And I don't know of any concrete evidence of me being involved in it other than persons just saying that I said certain things. But as far as
one of the things, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But as far as being a threat to the community, I don't know of anyone. I spent over 22 years incarcerated here. I never had an argument, I never had a fight with staff or my fellow inmates. For that matter, in my 76 years, I could probably count on one hand any altercation that I may have had with anyone. So as far as, perceiving me as some type of threat to society, I don't see the merit in that, and how someone would suggest that or fear that, and especially if no one comes forward and there's no one who says that I am a threat, or there's no evidence that I ever have been a threat.
So one of the things that I just want to be clear about is that there around the time of the murder, you did have and were ultimately convicted of an offense. I believe in another state, correct? Nebraska or something? Is that my recollection?
Yeah. Yes.
And what was happening around that time, and what was that about? That was a robbery, as I recall, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shortly after that event occurred, I was as shocked. I'm not a murderer. That was the first time that something had occurred in that area that I was familiar with. And consciously, I wasn't aware of how it affected me, but it did affect me. It still affects me. It affects me from the standpoint of then I was traumatized, and then even further traumatized that I would be accused of and held responsible for all these years. And I realized that type of pressure and that stress, I resorted to using heroin. And that led me to committing criminal acts to support my heroin addict habit.
And you were, I think, as I recall, you served some time for that offense, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to open this up to other members of the board for any questions that board members may have.
Thank you. Mr.
Bring
Reed.
your mic close.
Me again. Mr. Reed, you have been convicted of a horrendous crime, and we are not here to discuss the facts of the case. Nevertheless, the crime of which you have been convicted has had, as you, I think, have said, serious impact on family members, the entire community. And those impacts continue into this very day. You have, in the documents that I have read, taken responsibility for having had some role beyond being the shooter or implicit. Can you share with us how you understand and process your own culpability and what you would say about that culpability, how you've addressed it over these past years? I have a second question about that, which has to do with what you would say to young men. That was a troublesome time. Today is a troublesome time. And if you'll just share with me first what your thoughts are about the extent of culpability you have and how you've addressed that over the years. I will ask that second question then as well, but just that piece for now.
At the time, besides that, I committed many criminal acts to support my heroin addiction. And I realized that how it affected persons' houses that I may have broken into, persons' cars that I may have vandalized. I realized that the harm that people felt at one time at the time that I was under my addiction, I couldn't appreciate how that was affecting people. I also didn't realize how it was affecting my family. I wasn't raised that way. I was on track to be a responsible, productive member of society. I fell off track. I harmed my daughters who were babies at that time by not being a responsible father. This being a participant of any criminal act, I realized the rippling effect that it has on everyone, as far as fear, as far as financially. I realized the toll it takes on the courts and just society as a whole. And when I became aware of that, I made an effort to turn my life around. And all the people that I've hurt, directly or indirectly, all that I could do is make sure that going forward that type of behavior, I didn't continue to conduct myself in that way. And then I moved into service work to whereas I began to try to pay back the harm that I had caused by helping others who were struggling with addiction, by being a responsible person in my community, And, and, and I continue to do that on a daily basis, not to cause harm to anyone, whether it's in my words or my actions. And I do that on a daily basis. I try to make, I guess, say, living amends that whenever I can see a situation that I'm able to be of assistance, um, I volunteer my time. I go out of my way to try to uplift anyone and everyone that I encounter.
Extended question. You spoke about being a part of a movement. And can you speak to what you would say to young people today as a mentor? Again, you were a young person in very, very troubling times. Today is a very troubling time for young people. What would you say to like-minded leaders such as yourself who may find themselves caught in the movements of today?
Well, I would say that there's a better way. You might think you're right, but are you wise? And are you truly aware of and to avoid being misled? And I think that's the biggest thing, is that to realize that there are no shortcuts. That people do have the ability to live a successful life, not to be entitled, not to feel that you're entitled to anything or someone owes you anything, and that harming anyone at the same time you're harming someone else, you're harming yourself, and that it becomes a legacy, and the consequences of it are severe, and I know from my own personal experiences how it affects my family, how it affects my community, and how it affects me. And that I would encourage them to keep an open mind. One of the quotes that I learned that I share quite often is, "Fools refuse to face facts, but wise men must face facts in order to remain wise. Fools refuse to change from their silly ways and beliefs, but the mental powers of the wise man encourages mental flexibility and thus enables him to keep an open mind. As fast as added light, knowledge increases a wise man's ability to understand, he changes his course or his pace according to those newly revealed facts that are before him. Fools, however, keep on traveling down that same old road, and thus the blind in their cars always end up in a ditch." And then I try to explain and share my experiences of how that applies to my life and how it can apply to their life as well.
Thank you.
Other questions, board members?
Mr. Reed, you, and this is kind of a follow-up question to something you said. You were talking about some of the actions that you are involved with as a result of your addiction, and you talked about breaking into cars or that sort of thing. So, were your actions only the result of addiction, or were they fueled by addiction? I'm just looking for a little more insight into that statement that you made.
I believe so. I believe at the same time, I was a student at the University of Minnesota. I was majoring in politics. I understood and studied the political system. I studied different political philosophies. Um, and I felt that within the United States, I believed in the ballot. I believed that, and at that time, because of my age, I wasn't able to vote. And so I felt disenfranchised. But I believed that was the way to go. I believed in the ballot. And that's what I advocated, and that's what I tried to organize for. But and the addiction and obsession to feed my addiction, that was my primary reason for violating the criminal law.
Okay, and maybe I misunderstood. So that addiction that you're talking about, is that at or around the time of Officer Sackett's murder, or was that was there an addiction then, or was it after Officer Sackett's murder? And I know you had talked about how kind of that addiction played into the circumstances of your offense in Nebraska, I think. But and if I misunderstand, I apologize.
I would say my addiction started probably when I was about 14 or 15 years of age, when I started experimenting with drugs, marijuana, alcohol, and it evolved into that. And at that time, and heroin was prevalent. And being young and naive, I experimented with it. And once you become addicted to it, it kind of takes control of you. And there was no way that I could support my habit. And at that particular time, foolishly, I thought that was the best way to address it. And I realize now that looking back at it, that it was something more powerful. And I believe that had more influence over me than anything else.
Thank you. And thank you for that clarification. I think my time frames were a little off in my head. So thank you for that clarification. I don't have any other questions at this time.
I have another question. You did speak about the heroin addiction early in life, the impact of the life sentence crime for which you've been convicted on your life. There was mention of crime subsequent to that, and you are going to prison and having served a sentence, coming out, living free, contributing to community, owning a home. Can you talk about the turnaround? And could you also share what has helped you in your recovery from the addiction and from the trauma that you speak of? So as you are, as you say now, a different, more capable and responsible person.
Yeah, it basically is my faith. I'm a man of faith. I believe, and I think it was. And I was raised in the church. I studied various religions, but it was like it was the pain and the suffering that I felt as a result of using it, and the consequences were so severe that I believe I had a kind of a divine intervention to where I became keenly aware that I was battling with something that had much more power than I. And that's when I reached out and I called on I called on the God of my understanding. And from that time, and that was approximately 41 years ago. And on a daily basis, it's my relationship with my creator that gives me the wisdom and the power, to be, of service to my community, rather than someone who is, harming people. So, on a daily basis, that's what I rely upon, and that is what motivates me. And that's what I attribute to the change in my mindset and the change in my behavior.
Other questions? Seeing none, I'd like to now turn to Mr. Reed's advocate and supporter and brother, Dwayne. And thank you, Mr. Reed, for being here today. And I want to open the floor to you now to provide your thoughts.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, board members, Rebecca Holmes Larson. I obviously am an advocate, and I'm going to try to do it in a very short period of time, because I know this is your last case, and I respect your time. So my noun version of my presentation will be one thing, and my adjective will be another. I always like to start with the immediate, and the immediate, as these last few days have been very difficult for me. Anytime there's a release hearing and I'm participating directly or indirectly, I'm on edge. And the reason I'm on edge is because when that May 22nd date of 1970, when I got the news, I was in the Republic of South Vietnam. And I don't have to tell anybody there that 3 million people lost their lives, half of them civilians, 58%, 58,000 American citizens, and hundreds of thousands of wounded and disabled veterans came back. I'm one of them. And it triggers me every time there is a violent act, particularly of this magnitude. I had no idea that my brother was directly or indirectly involved until months later, upon my return, the end of December 1970. So I was driving here from my home, and I was still anxious and nervous what I was going to say. But I don't know what it was. There's a song that came on the radio, and the essence of it was, let go and let God. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say what I have to say, and I prepared this intentionally because of what I heard and saw on the first hearing of the new law back in July of 2024. I was confused and disappointed. I can truthfully say that right now, this board has come a long way in understanding and listening. And all I want to say is I believe my brother. Now that's subjective. So let me start off by my prepared remarks. Hopefully they won't be more than 5 minutes, but I just think I need to take the time. I'm emotional because I live like my brother lives, and I can't turn off society, media, and hate. I have to deal with it. So let me go and again, thank the commissioner for the opportunity. And I'm going to read some of this because I'm a little older, a couple of years older than Ronald, and I'm sure there's not too many people in the audience or at the table that can say that. And so I do have some organizational lapses, but my mind's still clear. So if I'm reading, understand why. Thank you, Commissioner, for this meeting and communicating with me, not just lately, but over the last 2 years. Since that last hearing, I've taken a liking to viewing videos, almost every last one of the videos in the last 2 years of release hearings. Call it binge watching if you want, but it was for a reason. And you expressed and showed me the courtesy by allowing me to come and speak with you. And this is why, given the opportunity of the early back, that we're here today. Today, I wear several hats. One is Ronald's elder brother and his advocate and a member of community. I'm also here with a great amount of emotion. I've advocated for Ronald for many years, and I personally witnessed the journey of recovery of his transformation over the last 41 years. My purpose today is not to relitigate, even though I think there should be some clarity. My purpose is context and some clarity the person Ronald is today. Ronald's first supervised release hearing under the new law was held, as I said, July of 2024. As I watched the hearing, I experienced confusion and disappointment. I felt that some of the questioning forced heavily on whether Ronald would accept particular characterizations of his role in the crime, including the suggestion that he was the trigger man. Another board member expressed confusion and ultimately decided that she would deny, her vote would be no to, and deny release. And the reason why, and I quote or paraphrase, this is what the victim's family asked me to do. I will not sit here and dwell on that. That's water under the bridge. Another board member, as I said, expressed that confusion. I respectfully believe that some of the questions were kind of bordering on that relitigation. And if you watch the video, you'll see what I'm talking about. I respectfully believe that some of the questions and the hearing may have resulted in Ron's rehabilitation and current circumstances are not. He was not receiving the same weight in terms of the decision. And I think I understand that the case involved a very terrible tragedy. I know it did. I understand that the victim's family has the right to be heard, and I respect that right. But the board's responsibility today, as I look at it, and the statute says, is to look at the current record. Who Ronald is today, what has he accomplished during the decades of incarceration, his current risk, and whether he's prepared to return to community. Ron was charged with another individual with aiding and abetting first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The relative court documents, including sentencing transcript and Supreme Court decisions, are included obviously in your packet. And I'm not going to take the time to read, to clarify, but I would ask you to carefully read, because some of the statements that were given in his last hearing were that he was disruptive, And that would be contained in his sentencing when the judge asked him, Mr. Reed, do you have anything you would like to say? He said what he had to say, and Mr. Reed indulged the court to and asked if he was disruptive. And the judge said, Mr. Reed, you treated the court with respect. And the second one was the document, which was a Supreme Court document. And I think people not maybe understanding or reading it in entirety, but let me just read 4 lines. From a dissent person, Justice Thiessen, said, the majority of the justices, in conclusion, that the jury might have reached a different conclusion without Griffith's trial testimony because Reed was convicted of aiding and abetting rather than pulling the trigger. A great deal has changed in the last 2 years since you have said go, come back in 3, 2 would be reviewed, in which we're here today. Ron has spent approximately 56 years reflecting on his life and taking responsibilities for the choices brought him to prison charged today. For approximately 41 years, and I had to do the math myself, has been committed to rehabilitation and rehabilitating his mind. I can know that 41 years is correct because he came to my house and he lived with my children. And one thing I told him, I said, if you're going to use, you got to go. And he fell off the wagon and I was hard on him. I entered into a rehab unit and he completed that. And after that, he got the clean light and went on to Chicago, and the rest is history. For he has met or exceeded all the expectations of all of the comebacks and all of the step downs from the DOC, and which were in or which are in his control. And he has participated in programming, maintaining appropriate conduct, and completed the requirements expected of him. Ron was eligible, as Ms. Holmes Johnson said, in 2021 with good time. And now he's 76 years old. I know what 76 years old means because I felt that 2 years ago. He has some health concerns, and most of that comes with age, but he has something extremely important and successful to reentry, and that is his strong, committed support system. Ron has a home. He has income. He has community prepared to support him. Some of them are in the room today. The letter in your packet included support from some people, and I'm not going to name them, but you have them. And 2 of them are former state Minnesota commissioners, 2 former police officers, educators, community activists, coach, family, friends, and members of the Rondo community. These are not random. These are people who simply have met and know Ron. Some have known our family for decades. Some knew him and our family for 56 years ago and are willing to stand here today. It's really meaningful. I would especially like to recognize Deacon Emeritus Yvonne Harrington, who is in the room today at 94 years young, who has been an integral part of our lives. And I thank her, and I thank the PFA Fellowship alumni for coming and supporting Ron today, and the Rondo community at large. I'm going to stop here because I have 2 more pages, but I think you get the gist. But I want to sum it up by just one letter. And the reason I'm reading it to you, and you've read the letter, is because I think community and this platform needs to hear what the DOC and their programming is doing for rehabilitation of their charge. This letter is dated July 6, 2026, and it's from the Prison Fellowship Ministry and Advocate Letter. To whom it may concern, I am pleased to provide this letter in support of Ronald Reed based upon his participation and service in the Prison Fellowship Academy. The Prison Fellowship Academy is a Christian faith-based program operated by Prison Fellowship Ministries under agreement with the state of Minnesota. The Academy focuses on character development, healthy relationship, personal transformation through comprehensive curriculum addressing criminogenic needs, addiction, recovery, relationships, and community, life skills, and spiritual formation. The program is funded entirely by private donation at no cost to the state. Mr. Reed is currently in good standing with the Academy. He is successfully completed the program in class number 63 and has continued to demonstrate exceptional, not good, not fair, exceptional commitment to serving others. Following the graduation, he remained involved in the graduate mentor program, later served as a mentor of the COD, and subsequently returned to the academy, where he continues to be both a mentor and a clerk, program clerk. Over the years, Mr. Reed has been an invaluable member of our academy community. While our curriculum provides the foundation of personal growth and rehabilitation, the culture of accountability, encouragement, and positive change is sustained by individuals who live out the principles every day. Mr. Reed is one of these individuals. He consistently demonstrates integrity, humility, genuine concern, and well-being for others. Drawing upon his own experience, he has helped countless number of men recognize the value of personal responsibility, healthy decision-making, and positive relationship. His influence extends well beyond the classroom. He is regularly invested in time in mentoring and encouraging others through meaningful conversations that promote accountability, hope, and lasting change. I have been continually impressed by Mr. Reed's ability to transform his own life experiences into opportunities for positive impact around him. Rather than allow incarceration to define him, he has used this platform to serve others and serve others. And I'm going to read, that letter is signed by the program director, Chris Solomon. And with that, I'm going to close by saying that we know that the family of the victim has certain reasons to want denial of parole. Ronald Reed shouldn't be the exclusive reason. Ronald has demonstrated, this is a man who has consistently maintained his consistency in claiming innocence of the charges in which he was charged with. And I will just say this. There has been over 1,500 exonerations in the United States in the last 3 years. There has only been 2 in the state of Minnesota over the last few years. There are people who claim innocence that have been exonerated, and I believe Ronald Reed has demonstrated that he is not the person that folks put him up to be. And with that, I want to tell Ronald I love him, and ain't nothing you can do about it. I thank you for your patience and would hope that the consideration you give will be nonpartisan and based upon facts as opposed to subjective feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I'm going to turn to Mr. Reed and Ron Reed and say that before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to open the floor to you for any final comment.
I just want to say that I do have lapse in my memory. I'm really struggling with that. I have a hard time hearing what persons are saying and hear. And it's a real struggle. So I realize that explaining certain things and remembering certain things, I struggle. So I apologize for the lapses in my presentation. You're fine. You're fine. I harbor no malice or towards anyone. I just can't. By the grace of God and mercy of God, I know that I have never physically harmed anyone. Emotionally, yes. I just throw myself at the mercy of this board.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. This time, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation of next steps, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'm going to open this to the floor and to the board for discussion of next steps.
Well, I'm going to start, and I just want to go through each of the 12 factors that we are required to use when we make our decisions. And I looked at this through a correctional lens because I think that's what we're supposed to do. Community investigation report, law enforcement community doesn't support his release, and I don't think he can change that. Development report doesn't apply. Victim statement submitted. It's a terrible loss to the Sackett family, their friends, their community, and it can't be replaced and it can't be undone. So I think that's also a static factor. The prosecutor, Ramsey County Attorney's Office, say they still oppose because of the murder of a police officer. But they went on to say, finally, in this process, Mr. Reed is entitled to full consideration of his rehabilitation, his remorsefulness, and the correct role that his lack of responsibility should take. We recognize that we are not in the best position to do this, etc. Risk to the community, I don't think there's any evidence in the report that demonstrates he's a risk to the community, and that includes his age. I think he's met every directive we have asked of him. He's respected by staff. He has a stable living situation. He has community support. So I do not believe he's a risk to the community. Treatment progress, there are no directives. However, he continues to have regular contact with behavioral health, the Prison Fellowship Academy, sober support, etc. In terms of behavior, he's had one discipline throughout his entire incarceration. That was in 2018, and that was for possession of unauthorized legal paperwork. Regarding the psych, low risk, a very positive report. Mr. Reed's functioning during this review period reflects stability within the institution, positive progress towards violence risk reduction. There's no significant discrepancies or new developments observed that would alter this evaluation, necessitating a comprehensive reassessment. Rehabilitation, the National Institute of Corrections describes rehabilitation programs as helping incarcerated people develop the skills, mindset, and support systems necessary for successful reintegration. And again, I think all the material that we have access to and his behavior after 1986 and then throughout his time in prison points to his rehabilitation. Criminal history, he has a criminal history, and that isn't going to change. It ended in 1986, and from 86 until his arrest in 2005, he reportedly lived a responsible life, working full-time, married, and giving back to his community. And then in 2005, he was arrested. So that's a static factor, and it isn't going to change. And then the last one is other, which refers to other behaviors. And I can only say, and I know I share the feelings of everyone in this room, I can't imagine the pain of losing a man like Officer Sackett. He's an upstanding member of the law enforcement community, but I believe Mr. Reed has done every single thing within his control to live a quiet, humble life while giving back in the only way that he can. And he has a home to go to. He doesn't have a mortgage. He's going to be living with a nephew in that home who can help him. He has income via Social Security and a pension, and he has a large support community who can help him along the way as he integrates back into the community. So I'm starting with this because I'm really torn between making a motion for parole, which I actually think he deserves, but also I just want to hear from others to see if there's any way we can get some consensus to get him out. So I'm going to stop there.
Other thoughts?
I appreciate your having laid out the conditions upon which we are convened to consider. I truly believe that there has been great damage by the crime for which Mr. Reed has been convicted. I want to start also with having reviewed those conditions, 10 of which apply here, and knowing that those static factors can't change. Every other area to be assessed has been met with humbleness, with service, with consciousness and atonement. So often the words are less meaningful than the actions. The actions here are extremely powerful. And of course, the understanding of the damage caused by the crime also exists. I know that there are many places along the road that Mr. Reed has traveled and that we all as a community participated. The police have had their role and have done their job. The prosecuting attorneys, the courts, corrections. Family and community. The victim's family has been heard. Family and community speaks for Mr. Reed as well. And I should say to you that I appreciate your going to the point of suggesting that parole would be warranted based on the factors we have to consider. That's our work as a supervised release board. I believe that there is a process that we have to attend to as we look to community safety and ensuring community safety rather than parole. I'd like to make a motion for presumptive release, which would involve a process of ensuring that perhaps within the next 6 to 9 months or so, a minimum work release whereby Mr. Reed could be tested in community so as to assure the safety or to assure within that period of time, because we know that there's far more assurance beyond. But a presumptive release with conditions of remaining discipline-free, engaging on an ongoing basis in the leadership roles such as with PFA and restorative justice as he has been assuming. But then over a period of time, he would be released to community with an approved transition plan and approved release plan. And so I'd like to put that motion on the table and hear what others, first, if there's a second, and then what others might.
Just a point of clarification, presumptive release, are you proposing a presumptive parole?
That's
with-
what I meant.
Okay,
Thank you.
presumptive parole with some process of step down between now and that point in time. Is there a second? Is there an alternative?
Hearing that, I would want to know how this board, given what we've heard and the factors that we are considering, how this board would move toward assisting Mr. Reed to move beyond incarceration.
I'm just going to say this, that, this this is way, I think for everyone here, it weighs heavily, and there is not a person that we have talked to today or that has been involved in this that hasn't had compelling and rational beliefs behind what informs the position they take. And I think that makes it difficult. And the challenge for me becomes this whole notion of the conversations we have here and the conversations we have elsewhere. And the fact that they are siloed and separate. And that makes it really difficult. I'm also I'll be utterly transparent that I do not believe that Mr. Reed represents a risk to public safety. That is a compelling factor in the assessment. It is not the only factor. The victim sentiment and community sensibilities as a part of that and matter as well. And those community sensibilities reflect both the interests of the Sacketts, the loss of life, the impact and the harm to a system, a government representative in this case, and the sentiments and the respect that for Mr. Reed, the work he's done over the past 41 years at least. And so that's what makes this so challenging. There is this place of how do we move forward and as it relates to what our obligations are. And the question of who gets to determine what justice is and what and our role. And frankly, I think there is a separation between the question of justice from a criminal legal standpoint and the parole standpoint. My heart bleeds for the Sackett family, and I think about I think about the weight of the fact that 20 days prior to his murder, his youngest child was born. And that for decades there was no justice. I don't want to speak to the merits of the case because I just don't. And I don't think it's our place. So I'm just really pulled here. And it's interesting that we oftentimes talk about the ways in which these hearings happen and the order with which we talk to people. And this comes up frequently and in a variety of different settings about, it's unfair that you talk to the victims before you go and talk to the person who is the subject of a parole hearing. And then there are people who say that it's unfair that you talk to the victims and then you talk to the person who is the subject of the parole hearing because they get the last say. And so I there's a part of me that I don't know the way forward. I think there is the option. I think as was parole. I could not support and would not support a presumptive parole determination. And I couldn't, because I think that interest of public safety, of transition, of what needs to happen is something that I think still requires a demonstration, and not because I necessarily believe that Mr. Reed reflects that risk to public safety, but that a measured and a controlled mechanism for further assessing that is something that is not uncommon in this by this body, and that the presumption of parole, while something that we have done before and some rather rare circumstances, is an option. I think given the sentiments of some and many, and the interest of both, this ability to test is something of an option. And I'm not offering a motion here. I'm just talking about this through this broader lens. And then, to be frank, I wish there would be the opportunity to for the board to further explore some of the options that may not be a place where we would resolve this today. That said, I also recognize that it is commonplace, while the law allows us to have the time to make a decision up to 30 days. It is commonplace for us to make that decision on the spot. So just some observations and thoughts related to this.
Would it make a difference to anyone here, you, Andrew, Cheryl, if the motion were deny parole, begin step down, and then he comes back in X period of time?
So
I'll make that motion then. I move, we didn't, okay, thank you. We deny parole. It has a second. We start step down right away, minimum work release. And how quickly could we come back when things are completed?
Schedule wise, you need to be beyond a year. You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Continue 1 year.
Would that give the time that would be the question I'd have for Mr. Reed to have a minimum experience, a work release experience, for us to have observed his comportment in community settings so that we are able to attest to that safety that is so important to us. Although, again, I do not believe history to be a public safety risk at this time. I wholly understand how delicate a matter that is for us to be able to manage. I would want us to be able to attest to it at that time, if it did take that amount of time a year.
So there's a motion.
And that was a question, would that
Yeah.
allow for that to happen?
Unless there would be an unforeseen hiccup along the way. Typically it would.
Such as, yeah, I understand. A lot of that would be within Mr. Reed's hands.
Correct.
And so if he were to be exhibiting the kinds of behaviors and taking advantage again of any programs that might be specified and moving toward those minimum conditions and work release conditions that are set, then we can anticipate that time to be sufficient. I do still support and second that motion. Thank you.
So any further discussion? But just for clarification purposes, any movement towards step down, including even work release, is a custody status. So it means that it's tantamount to and equivalent with service of a sentence, not a parole release. I just want to make sure that there's clarity for people who may not understand the distinction, that a parole would not be granted based on this action, but would be continued. That would be continued for that future hearing, which would be a year out.
Can I just ask one clarification question?
Yes, speak up.
Physically capable of working? I'm just thinking about the grounds for minimum and work release.
Yeah, I think there could, I mean, I do think just based, whether it's, work-related kind of activities, I think that would be fine. And I think we, even on the minimum side, I know that we have a variety of different options on that side for people to be engaged that don't demand, considerable physical requirements. So I think that can be addressed. Any other thoughts, questions, concerns, observations from anyone else? Hearing none. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Carter,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
No.
Board Member Ramstead.
No.
Before I launch my vote here, I want to give a qualifying option here of because I'm the deciding vote in this case. There's some things that I would like to be able to consider. And so my options are, if I make a vote, the vote could kill this. And we would be well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to vote no. And we're just to be able to figure out what it would take to move this forward. Is there a place where we could get either move forward with this or because right now we have a no, and so there is we this motion dies for lack of support. And so we don't have a decision effectively around what a continuance looks like. I'm going to just offer one alternative solution. When's our next hearing?
Next month,
Yeah.
the 11th.
I'd like to at least float this. An option to defer the decision for 1 month, and in the meantime, for us, not either individually, but there's some things I would like to at least have some discussions, not with the board members, but in other spaces, to just see where we are. Unless somebody wants to offer another motion.
The only thing I'd say about delaying a month, then do the victim survivors have to come back in a month if they choose to?
I understand that question. It would be, it's a reasonable consideration. It's one of the things, frankly, that I might be inclined to. Those would be some of the people I might be inclined to actually have a conversation with. But that's certainly a factor. Is there an alternative motion that somebody wants to offer?
I would want to know, Commissioner Schnell, if we might have opportunity beyond having set that motion to bed to talk about what board members need to see.
Yeah, and I would certainly welcome that. Any thoughts people have about what it would take? Or if it's just no.
I'm troubled by the 1 year. I don't think that's long enough. I don't think it's long enough to test the situation. We had a long period with no incarceration. I'm not sure we have full knowledge of what happened during that long period of no incarceration. And I just don't think a year is enough to make a decision at this point.
Do you have an idea, Cheryl? Yes. But I'd like further time to reflect on it, because I think there's a lot of things that would
factor in. It's just a year is too short in my judgment to make a determination of the things that we are trying to test during that year. I don't think that's sufficient time.
And I'll share, it is also the expediency that is my concern as well. And I think I've shared even in an earlier hearing, you know, those things take time to work through. And so for me, it is the rapidness of the move that I am struggling with the most. I thought Chris and Tony actually both did a really nice job in laying out, like, here are the statutory provisions, and I don't disagree with any of them. I too have struggled with this significantly. For me, it is the speed at which the review hearing would occur. I also would like to see more time between now and whenever the hearing would occur.
So is part of it, Andrew, for you and maybe for you, Cheryl, but I think you were clear. Is part of it the length of time he spent in prison and you think he should do more time that way as well?
No.
Or I might add, is it the demonstration, the ability to observe a longer stretch, perhaps in minimum?
Yeah, no,
stretch
it's
at
more
work
the
release?
latter. It's more the latter that you were just describing, Tony. One of the things, one of the things in all of this that is also complicating or complicates it for me is, we're evaluating the sentence from 1970, not current time, which that's what we're required to do. So yeah, it's a gut wrenching decision, and I recognize. I think, as Commissioner Schnell stated at the beginning, someone will leave this hearing dissatisfied, and that's understating it, certainly.
Do you have a sense, Andrew, of how long you would like to see? Or are you not ready to go there yet?
I don't know.
Let me ask the question, if we were able to maintain custody for a longer period of time, so that perhaps there's a minimum period and minimum, and then in the work release where he may be volunteering in the community, continuing mentorship and things of that sort. But we have hands-on from corrections and are able to observe, monitor, and greater ensure safety. Would stretching that period of time out such that it might be 6 months, 6 to 8 months in minimum, and a longer period in work release help? And if so, could you talk to us about what that configuration might be? I'm just trying to figure out how we can move this, how we actually can move this along, because I think it's painful for everyone to not know. And so to have the opportunity to set a plan in motion, knowing that that supervision is actually the ability to pull things back if they don't work out for some reason in community, if there are any infractions. We actually have the ability to pull that back. As we think about that, because it is custody status, Does that make a difference, and how long would you recommend that to be?
And comfortable with where we've gotten in today's hearing. We're all tired. It's been an exhausting day, beginning early this morning with a lot of emotional testimony from the victims. And now we're facing a monumental decision that involves lots of community input. And I'm just very uncomfortable with continuing to gut it out so that we can get to a decision, because I don't think it'll be one based on rational, thoughtful, careful deliberation, at least not on my part. So
It's the only thing is we don't have a motion. Because ours is turned down. So somebody, it feels like to
can I
me.
move to adjourn? Talk to the commissioner.
Well, I don't think we can adjourn. I mean, I guess the question of, do we want to defer the decision? That's a different question. I mean, we do have that statutory ability to do that.
I move we defer the decision to September 11th, and that the option of whether or not the Sacketts can appear that day be a decision made by them as to whether they choose to or not.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and there's a second. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Carter,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell will vote yes. So we will defer this decision for to September 11th, the next hearing of the board. It will be the first item of business that day. We will make a decision at that time. We have just a couple of other items here just on the review on the agenda. Just on the new business side, there is just a reminder that board members must schedule a tour of at least one correctional facility per fiscal year. If you can let us know, let Aubrey know when you like to do that and where, it'd be great. I would also be looking for a motion to approve the July 17th, 2026 meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any corrections or objections to the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that prevails, passes. Any public comment?
No public comment.
No public comment. The next meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board will be Friday, September 11th, starting at 11:15 a.m. here at the Department of Corrections. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
And we are you.